around the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling.
The attributes of the man that I deserve is a communicative man, understanding, patient, spiritual, and a leader.
But I think I kind of want to ask, can women even handle the rejection if they had to approach men?
I did. I handled it pretty well because I got rejected in the end.
But if you are confident enough to go up to the man and approach him, then you should be confident enough to take the rejection. Yeah, so I definitely don't want to be rejected by no
Do
man.
women have game?
A lot of women actually do have game to the point where, because we don't put it out front and we don't let you know what we're doing, you don't see it.
Bro, do women have game?
Only certain women have game.
In states like Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, there can be successful all black communities around these racist ass white people.
Who's to say that the whites are racist in the first place? I don't think that you've experienced racism in your life.
If that's your opinion, we'll be able to be billionaires, have Maseratis, all this shit. I said that, right? What the fuck does that have to do with me really experiencing racism?
There's no woman on this earth more beautiful than a black woman.
Like, we come in different complexions, even our hair texture. I mean, like the bone structure, like that's just so like dope. Like, black people are just so dope. And we're like multifaceted. All the talents that we have, like nobody's better.
First, Tyler Perry can go eat a bag of them.
Women don't miss your blessing because he makes less than you.
You wouldn't date no man that could only pay the light bill? Everything else is perfect. He can only pay the light bill. You wouldn't date no man like that? All the ladies? Love, Dana, Q, none of y'all?
No.
And they should.
How difficult is it dating modern women?
I'm not going to say it's difficult. And you can take it how you want. But I don't think I've never had a problem getting women. It's about just finding the one that's compatible to take it to that next level.
Do you have fuck nigga tendencies?
Absolutely, we all got them.
True or false? Your value is objective based on standards set by society. Intrinsic value only matters to you.
All right, so break that down. I'm a little slow. Wow.
But if you know you dumb, then aren't you acknowledging that value isn't subjective?
But I'll say, for the most, I say no.
And I was gonna say that y'all ladies also need to understand that when y'all ask us to believe you or be on your side, I usually say this on my panels. I was a simp. All right, I went to a HBCU. That's a simp indoctrination zone.
Those of that went there and those of us that graduated.
Right, like come
How
on.
did I
You just gonna act like
So you got a
No,
degree.
you have to explain.
Wait. So
How
you
did I
got a
disrespect
degree.
HBCU?
You went to an HBCU. You got a degree. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, I misspoke. Pretty much all colleges and universities are simp indoctrination zones because the women outnumber the men by at least 7-1.
So my thing is, with you feeling like you're not agreeable, is it because you haven't come across somebody that you can actually agree with that would be on the same page as you?
No, what I'm saying is I should be allowed to express my opinion.
So if he wanted to invest in something, which is like, say, a gamble, and it's your mortgage, would you agree with that?
That's why I said something that's not detrimental.
Oh, okay. So that would be detrimental. Okay.
Right. Could be missing a tooth. She'll smile at you. Even the lowest of the low whites.
Because she's high on meth. So let me ask you this question.
Well, hold on. Let me finish real quick. And this is another thing that white girls don't do. They don't cut me off.
Well, we're on a podcast, and we're going to talk. So we're not going to gas. We're not.
Let him finish. Let him
finish.
I just wanted some clarity on a few things, and we having our picnic. You know, spring is here, so we're gonna make that happen.
Like I said, D, I'll get back to you.
I want answers.
Weather outside is humid. She turn up her location. She must think I'm stupid. She wanna run the street, so let her ho, let her ho, let her ho. She doesn't show signs of stopping. So who am I to be cock blocking? I really hate to see you go. Let her ho, let her ho, let her ho.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. You got hats. We got sweatshirts. You got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Unlock the future of branding while outpacing your competition. Dive into the digital realm, transforming raw footage into video epics. Our editors redefine storytelling. At Prime Your Logos, where pixels become portals. Prime Your Logos. Unleash the unseen. Your brand amplified. Visit us at Prime Your Logos on Instagram. Or call 704-792-6345. That's 704-792-6345. Prime your brand. Prime your logos, where artistry transcends reality.
Wow.
Yo.
Wow.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Big Bad Bull, my OG, was popping. Hope all is well, man. Hope all is well. Let me scroll to the top to get this thing started, man. Kiki, salute.
Wow.
With the upgrade, man. Salute Kiki, and Kiki came outside. Feel me? Appreciate you, Kiki, for the upgrade, for coming outside and all that. Feel me? Love is love. Bub was popping. Almanai, salute. Mel, stay fitted. You already know. Make sure y'all come to the Discord on Saturday, 9 p.m. Get with Mel, man. We talking sneakers, clothing, fashion, kicks, and all that. That shit should be interesting, man. Initially, I'm like, I don't really have that much interest in sneakers and things of that nature, but I actually do. Like, I be looking, you know, I even look, like, see when different shoes drop. I really don't buy a lot per se, and I don't try to catch the drops, but it's interesting, especially when Mel be posting different pictures and shit like that. So make sure y'all come in the Discord, man. That'll be going on, God willing, every Saturday at 9 p.m. That should be dope, man. These nuts was popping. Mr. JTK in the building. I like it, man. Did I see you yesterday? I'm not sure, man. Hope all is well. Ashe, salute, was popping. Nightbot doing his thing. Appreciate you. The War Report in the building. Here for the team. Salute. Miss Jilly was popping. Make sure I say what's up to Miss Jilly. Yeah, man, we early and on time, man. I'm about to lay down a couple different things too. My was popping. Hope all is well, man. I'm gonna try to get the jump rope popping. Damn, I'm tripping. So I had to do a couple different things yesterday, so I'm supposed to go in on Thursday. But maybe I'll have somebody else run it though. Nevertheless, Big Bad Bull, once again, appreciate you as always. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Young Money in the building, Black King in the building. Salute. What's popping? Hope all is well, everyone. Frank White was goody. My brother keeps it 100 all the time. You finally got a notification. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Jay Land was good. Salute. Nay, I see you. Hope all is well. Just Jay was good. I like it, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Please hit the like button. Homeboy, Shalom Ak was popping. Hope all is well. I got Almanaj in the building. Jay Ali was popping. Strada was good, my brother. Salute. Good to see you as always, man. Let me see what's in the building. D was goody, man. You usually number one and number two. I started kind of early, man, so they might have beat you in here. You feel me? UFO was shaking. Hope all is well, man. Hope all is well. No Country for Old Simps, of course. I like it. Dati, salute. Was popping. Yo, man, it's like I'm getting old or something. Shit. I'm grown. Isaiah, what up though? What's popping? TYOP.com, man. Get your latest merch. So goody. A couple days. Be sending up. Hope all is well. My brother Lionel in the building, of course. American Negro here, of course, man. Salute. Truth was popping. I ain't see you yesterday, did I? I don't think I seen you yesterday. Hope all is well, man. Yeah, man. Hope all is well. Lozan was popping. CC was good. I like it, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Please hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So this was on my mind. Like I had and Shrell will be up here soon. I had Hove on the flyer, right? And I heard Charlemagne say this first. Buzz was popping. Mr. Williams was popping. And I'm gonna drop the link, but I heard Charlemagne say this. I don't know if he originated or not, but I give him credit for it. He said, "Why tell the truth when the lie is more entertaining?" Right, and it ended there. But the lies are much more lucrative too. There's so many things that pop in my head, and it's annoying, to be honest. Right, you get these lawsuits, right, where somebody has been, I would argue, the worst thing you can do to a person aside from taking their life, you know, pedophilia, like taking advantage of a child, raping a woman. What is worse than that? What can you do to a person aside from taking a life that's worse than taking advantage of them physically? Whether it be a kid, a woman, and men can be taken advantage of too. But maybe it's the statute of limitations. Maybe it's the statute of limitations. The reason why these suits are civil. But for some reason, these things are happening to people, and they always end civilly in a suit as long as the money is paid out. It just don't make a lot of sense. Even with Deshaun Watson, right? When he had all those cases with like 30 massage women saying that he did something to him. True story. My shoulder been messed up, right? I went to get a massage to this Thai place. Right, because I'm thinking that it wasn't torn. I just had hurt it and sprained it. Right, so I need to stretch it and get the inflammation massaged out of it. Right, and the lady like gestures to do like the happy ending shit. I'm like, what are you? Like that's the modus operandi. It was like an assumption by the lady, just that's the next thing. And then I look back. Deshaun Watson was also in Houston. Right. So I'm thinking like if he going, it's 100 massage parlors. Fellas, if you come out here to get a massage, keep your drawers on, son. Because I think apparently if you get a massage how you supposed to, they assume that you want some other shit. And now I'm just thinking about Deshaun Watson, right? He in Houston probably going to the existing parlors, and then they find out who he is, and then what happens? And it's just speculation. I think it might have been wilding, right? But he ain't been the same since. And I'm just looking at different stories. I'm gonna share some clips with y'all. But the truth don't matter. If you can be provocative and go viral, saying offy shit, saying corny shit, saying outlandish shit, and if we give all that stuff credence, the truth matters less and less. Integrity don't matter at all, seemingly. They sent me 10 people sent me this debate that happened yesterday. Shout out to them brothers. I don't give a fuck about that shit. Because niggas is hot for the wrong reason. Niggas just say some wild shit, it'll catch fire. Now everything that a person said is given credence. You know how much offy shit I could tap into to create a viral moment? But I'm just wondering, like, this shit is way more destructive than we assume or give it credit for. It don't matter what you're saying. It matter how good it sounds. It matter how many feathers you can ruffle and shit like that. And maybe this ain't nothing new, right? You know, people have always been famous and infamous. But that shit is, then you get shit like this all the time, man. I was looking at a couple different things, and I was thinking about the victims themselves, right? If everybody's a victim, then nobody's a victim. The real victims don't get their just due, because now you got to be skeptical about everything everyone says. Right? People actually going through real trauma, when it's over, when the market is oversaturated with anything, people get less. So I know 1,000 lawyers in Washington, D.C. that don't get paid what they're supposed to get paid because it's too many lawyers. So now you don't have to pay premium for them. You don't have to pay premium for lawyers in Washington, D.C. Getting a black lawyer is a dime a dozen. So now if everybody can cry wolf, cry victim, and give it credence, what happens to the real victims? There's some real shit happening. I'm gonna show y'all a couple different stories, man. Because why tell the truth if the lie is more entertaining? And I just think that Charlemagne left one part out. It's more lucrative. It's more lucrative to lie. You can get paid off, right? You can get paid to keep it quiet. You can lie on somebody and it's not worth them fighting you, right? Because it just gets bigger. So then they might give you a couple $1 million just to shut the fuck up if they got the money. How much are we culpable in this? How culpable are we as the people, as the consumers? They've been dying and said, hey, speak on this. For what, my nigga? Everybody's an outlier on the internet, right? You talking about what women men should and should not date, right? So you tell men they shouldn't date X woman, but you date her, but you an outlier, right? Everybody's conveniently the exception to the rule. No, we're not. Niggas ain't special. Niggas ain't different. You ain't doing nothing different. But all of a sudden, you got it figured out. And everybody else should take heed to what you're saying, even though you haven't. This shit is ill. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me show you how real this shit is. Because there's so many stories, right? Y'all probably heard of what's his first name? Last name Banks. Last name Banks. I forget his first name. Pardon me. But so many people losing their careers, and it's hard to recover from such allegations, right? And I had Hove on a flyer, but it's way more people. Brian Banks. Let me show y'all this, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Desi Banks is crazy. So these two brothers, they played at Ohio State, right? Brian Banks. They played at Ohio State. Two of them, they were freshmen. One was a freshman in 2016. One was a freshman in 2017. These are Ohio State football players. One of them played they both played DB. Now, here's why that's important. Because there's always like a DB university. So South Carolina is kind of known as a DB university, meaning you get really good athletes on the back end from South Carolina. LSU may be considered a DB university. You get a lot of good DBs from there. But Ohio State churned out almost every year a top 5 defensive back. Because I want to give you guys context about how real this is. These two boys that you're about to see, they got on the field at Ohio State at a young age, right? If you get on the field as a defensive back in Ohio State, your likelihood that you go to the NFL is really real. It's really substantive. Right? I just want to make sure y'all understand that. And to reap a point, LSU turned out a lot of wide receivers as of recent. But if you remember, a lot of times they ran the ball a lot. So that's more of a new phenomenon. But why tell the truth? Is the lie is more entertaining or more lucrative? Or if you can lie on somebody if you don't like the end result of the actions that you agreed to. Look how this works. And they can't recover from this. Let me show y'all this.
Yes, parakeeting on behalf of the state of Ohio. This is 2020 CRA 2672. State of Ohio versus Amir rape. 1 count of felony 1 rape, 1 count of felony 1 kidnapping. Sheriff facts. Your guidance for the record, guys, on this, please. Okay, thanks. Facts, please.
Let me tell y'all something. Let me tell y'all something that's really important here. and you won't know it unless you've been through it. Now, this is one thing that you can't research, you can't look up, you can't watch nobody else go through. You have to actually hear it. You have to actually hear it with your name in it to understand how detrimental this is and how much of a traumatic experience it is. Y'all probably missed it, right? Because it's nothing. But I just know it because I know what it actually feels like.
CRA 2672.
So now they're about to say his name, and guess who his verse?
State of Ohio versus Amir Wraith, 1 count of.
State of Ohio versus Amir Wraith, right?
So this is 2020 CRA 2672. State of Ohio versus Amir Wraith, 1 count of.
See, so you hear that with his name versus the state of Ohio. You never heard that before. You never been through no arraignment. You ain't been through the tombs and the bookings. And he actually booked for real. They gave him his tans. Because I was about to tell you, he had the girl on video saying that what happened was consensual. Oftentimes you see that these boys that play at schools of this magnitude, they go through training for all this stuff. You know how many white girls they got access to? Right? But let's listen to this real quick.
Felony 1 rape, 1 count of felony 1 kidnapping. Sheriff facts to be read into the record by Congress.
Okay, thanks. Facts, please.
Your Honor, on February 4th.
Here's the facts of the case here. Now remember, Amir Wraith versus state of Ohio. It's something that you kind of just have to experience.
At approximately 9:45 p.m., ST was hanging out with Amir Wraith at 2330 Sawmill Place. When they began to have consensual sex, ST stopped and moved away after a brief time.
And if you notice, right, the accuser doesn't have a name. It's just initials. Watch how many times they say his name.
Stating she did not want to continue. Jason entered the room, and Amir Wraith asked ST if he could join before grabbing her by the neck and forcing her onto her hands and knees and vaginally penetrating her. Amir Wraith then held her in place by the hips with his body while Went forced oral penetration on ST. After several minutes, both parties stopped, and Amir Wraith told ST she needed to give her name and say it was consensual on video recording. Amir Wraith then recorded ST asking if he wanted her face on film since she was crying, and he told her no, just say it was consensual, while laughing at her. After telling ST she needed to take a shower, Amir Wraith then drove ST back to her residence. The video recording was recovered. Both defendants turned themselves in to police headquarters on February 11th without incident.
Thank you. Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor, Carl Schneider, Mr. Reed, he appears to have obviously guilty but not guilty plea to the charges. And the purpose of Rule 46 in the bond, I understand the way the seriousness of the charges, which we acknowledge that they're serious on their face, with the ability to ensure that it's not a flight in the report or further court proceedings, which I think I can assure this court.
I'm gonna show you another clip, right? So they went through this, him and the other boy. They should show him shortly. Let me see.
Sean Went, 1 count of kidnapping, a felony of the first degree, 1 count of rape, felony of the first degree, and the city of Columbus as tax free.
Okay, thanks. Facts, please.
Your Honor, the facts are the same. Would you like them read again?
Judge Edward, good morning. Sanford Nancy on behalf of Mr. Went. 21 years of age, Your Honor, senior United States in Brooklyn, New York. Absolutely zero contact with the criminal justice system. Your Honor, Of course, we have a significant issue with the facts as read by Representative of the Police Department. But the fact remains that Mr. Witt turned himself in, as you already realized. It's absolutely zero record.
So let me show you guys this real quick. Right.
4 days after the rape and kidnapping trial began for two former Ohio State University football players, the pair have been found not guilty.
Amir Reep and Jocelyn Went, now 24 years old, both were accused of raping a 19-year-old woman at an off-campus apartment in February of 2020. The accuser told police she was at the apartment and had consensual sex with Reep, but wanted to stop and was forced to continue, with Went also taking part.
According to court records, the woman was then recorded saying the act was consensual. We spoke with Amir Reep and his attorney, Dan Sable, after receiving the verdict today. They tell us it was the testimony and credibility that helped sway the jurors in their favor.
They heard from his accuser, and they heard from Amir, and they heard from Jocelyn. And it was clear who was telling the truth and who wasn't, and the jury picked up on that.
Amir Reep says his focus is now pressing play on a life that had been on pause. He plans to continue his college education. We also heard from the attorney representing Jason Went.
In a statement, attorney Sam Szymanski says in part his client is, quote, relieved and eternally grateful to the jury for conducting a careful review of the evidence before reaching its verdicts of not guilty.
So I want them to kind of speak for themselves, right? I can expound on it. Let me show you guys this though.
And then 2020 happens.
Exactly.
And then you're like, shit.
Now, mind you, these two young men went to school 2016 and 2017. This is 2020, right? They're almost done, right? Potential NFL prospects. One of them, the boy from Brooklyn, he played linebacker in high school. They converted him to DB. That generally doesn't happen unless they see a particular skill set, especially at a school like Ohio State. You know, these two were roommates. They grew up. They kind of came there at the same time. They got acclimated to each other. But this is at the time in which now they're real NFL prospects. They may have had an opportunity. But there's 121 Division I schools. When you go to the NFL Combine, it's more than just how athletic you are. You know, they take somebody will put it in the chat. I think Prime will probably put it in the chat. So there's a test that you take just to see how intelligent you are, right? You sit with several different coaches that are interested in you based on your draft stock and prospect, based on how if they're able to get you, right? So if let's say Patrick Mahomes is coming out, you know that he's going to go the top 2 picks. So if you have pick 10, you may not interview Patrick Mahomes, right? Because it wouldn't make sense. But you're sitting with several different coaches and they're the Wonderlic test, right? And you're sitting with several different coaches and they're asking you a lot of questions off the cuff. You know, if trees fall in the woods, do they make a sound? They're asking you different things to understand your ideology. So imagine 2 boys that went before these coaches after having these rape allegations against them. And oftentimes, every time that people get exonerated, they're not really. One of the boys, and it may be in what I'm going to show you, was like, he didn't even want to go outside anymore because he was like, even his trainer, he didn't want to put his trainer in the line of fire because people say, why you training a rapist? Why are you training somebody that would do that to a girl before they even get found guilty, right? Because that doesn't matter. The court of public opinion, because again, why tell the truth when the lie is more entertaining? Why tell the truth if you're embarrassed of the truth? Why tell the truth if the lie is more lucrative? I want y'all to hear them speak for themselves. Salute to the Pivot Podcast. It's Fred Taylor right here. He probably my favorite running back. Is he the best? I don't know, but he was my favorite. I never seen that nigga get tackled for a loss in my life.
Is this the Twilight Zone? Just going back, you know, and beginning and thinking that you're living a nightmare. How abrupt was that moment when, you know, all of that just took off and took place?
Especially when we got inside of jail, it was more like this is really happening, you know, and then getting up to that cell and it's just like you watching your life flicker on the TV in the cell and you just can't say nothing about it. You know, you can't defend yourself.
Prior to the cell part, When you got a call and say, look, we were accused of, this crime.
Yeah.
Just to even receive that phone call, did you guys once think like, this is crazy?
I was pissed. I was pissed. Like I was just like, are you like, you crazy? Like I was really mad. They came, knocked on my door. Like we didn't even get I didn't get a call. They came, knocked on my door, and nobody knocks on my door. So I'm like, who is that? And then I seen detectives, and I was like, what are y'all doing here? So then they told me what happened. I'm just like, wow, like that's crazy.
Yeah, so what was crazy to me, even when they came, police in front of me, everything, I'm still asking, like, why y'all here? What happened? Like, I'm not even thinking of that situation. Like, it's just a shock. I'm confused, trying to figure out what's really going on. Like, every athlete, you hear something about this, you're like, it would never be me. You know what I mean? It would never be me. And we came to be, it became us. But definitely did not think it would ever be me.
On the legal side, at what point there was representation there? At what point, did anybody have you reach out? Did y'all know well enough to reach out to an attorney? What was the legal side of that?
I feel like I didn't have nothing to hide.
So here's the backstory. So they get with this girl. She goes in the house. They record the video, right? She was saying that she was forced to record it after, but it was actually before they even had any dealings with her. They said everything was consensual. Her attorney, the prosecution had the nerve to say, she went over there to expect to watch TV and play video games. Mind you, it's in the middle of the night. So nothing happens until a week later. So they go into practice, everything. And then the police finally come. And so initially when they have the police contact, and they may say it here, they then go to practice that day after the police contacted them about said thing. They were called into the office, immediately removed from the team because of what was alleged. Immediately removed from the team. Right? That's why they train them, because they also let them know the expectation that if you get caught up in something like this, the team has to separate from you. They love you until you become a liability. Both of them were kicked off the team immediately when they were accused of something. Not proven, just accused. And I know I talk a lot of shit about football, but Ohio State is any football player's dream as a kid. I was a Michigan fan growing up, but and they're like arch rivals. But no offense, sorry Michigan, but if Ohio State called me and you didn't, I'm going. But there's no recourse for lying on people. If I feel too embarrassed, I'm gonna lie. If the lie is gonna get me views, is gonna get people to get eyes on me, I'm gonna lie. If the lie bring me money, I'm gonna lie. There's no repercussion for lying. Look at this.
When they came in, whatever they needed, mouth swab, whatever DNA, whatever you need, you can have it. I feel like I had nothing to hide, which I didn't. So that's how I went about it. I didn't call nobody when they first showed up or anything.
Yeah, same thing. Family gave them DNA swabs, anything that they wanted, and I let them do what they do with that.
Well, I was told too. I got locked up in college too for fighting. I got locked up 2-3 times. Got detained a number of times other than that. So I know the protocol of it. But at Florida, they told me if anything happens, call somebody with the athletic department. Like, you need some help. Y'all are kids still. Yeah. I know I sound like an old man. Y'all are still babies. Y'all need some help. If police are there, you should have some representation there.
So this is Channing Crowder. He played at Miami. No. He played at Miami or Florida, and he was in the league for 5 or 6 years. I know he played for the Dolphins. I think he was a 3rd round pick. Generally speaking, 3rd round is pretty good. That would put you in the top 80, top 90 players picked. He played at Florida, right? So that, that's not bad. In 5 or 6 years, it sounds short, but the average NFL career is 3.5 years. He played linebacker.
But you did something wrong.
Yeah,
we didn't know we did nothing wrong. Yeah. I think that's what the difference was. Like, we didn't do nothing wrong, so it was like, why do I need to call somebody and make it look like I did something wrong. So I feel like that was the difference there. You know what I mean?
And then like the situation happened, it was like a week later that the cops came. So it's like we forgot about that. Like we done went through a full week of practice, working out, a whole bunch of other stuff on our mind. And then it's like they come a whole week after. It's like, what are you doing here? Like, you know, what this is about?
February 9th, that's when you get the knock on the door and now you realize things are real. But to both of you guys, you had consensual sex with a female who was of age, which means if all of these things take place, then there's no reason for me to be hiding anything. There's no reason for me to lie. There's no reason for me to call a lawyer. And so you go through all of these things. And when the cops initially come to your house, y'all go to practice the next morning.
Yeah.
When you're sitting at practice, are you thinking to yourself, you know what? Sheesh, we made it. So what's the feeling when you get the knock or the call that Coach Ryan Day needs to see y'all in the office?
It's like immediately we knew what time it was. We had meetings about it. And he just told us if anyone's situation happened like this, is nothing that they can do. So once we got that name call, hey, Amir, we need to see you in the office. I knew what time it was.
Yeah. It's one thing to...
So you see, they set the precedent and the standard, right? They know that these allegations are so great, regardless if they're proven or not. The team, just based on business, has to separate themselves, you know? But when these coaches come into your living room, they tell your parents, they tell your mom, they tell your father, they tell your family that that's your family. They're going to take care of you. They're going to hold you down. Anything they can do for you, they will. They buying houses and cars and paying bills, making sure you got all the things you need as long as you can play football. But make no mistake, they know when and how to separate when you get too hot to touch, too dangerous to touch, too much of a liability. And that's what's actually happening in these situations quite often. And do you blame the team? Because we know that people are guilty until proven innocent. Although in our country it says something different.
Know you've done something wrong and now start to suffer those consequences. There's an accountability, there's a responsibility to the truth, there's a understanding of consequences of my actions. When I haven't done anything wrong, when I've stood on the truth from the beginning, when I've told the same story over and over and over again, and yet you're still suffering the same repercussions of someone who is guilty, what type of emotion goes along with trying to handle that?
It's a lot of emotions that go with it, you know. You angry, sad, a lot of depression, you know, it's just a whole bunch of emotions, you know. You don't know what to do in that scenario. It's like, all you could do is just, you know, cover up and just get in the dark or just, you know, get out people's way. And then even when I'm trying to like get my mind off of things, I don't want my situation affecting nobody else's, you know, so I don't want to go to my trainer back at home and it's like, why are you training him? You know, now he loses money, you know, or why are you next to him? You know what I'm saying? So just like, it was just tarnishing everybody around me. So it made me not want to be around nobody because I feel like I was messing up people's lives even more. You know what I'm saying? So it was a time where it's like,
what's the woman's name that accused him of this? All the time, so often, you even heard it in the court that we just watched. They're using initials, right? They want to protect the victim. But these men are innocent. They were never guilty of the crime. It was never proven. But you can accuse them, and now we don't know your identity. But now every single person associated with these boys, the boy is saying, I need to stay away from them. Because I don't want them to be implicated in this. I don't want them to lose money, lose business, right? We already taught to suffer in silence. So you go recluse. I'm glad that they smiling now, but who knows what happens when he go home at night. The other boy is from Ohio. He from Brooklyn, I believe. So he cool now, right? They laughing, you know, Channing got a lot of like just good comic relief and things of that nature. The fact that the Pivot even did this interview, I would applaud it. Because people wouldn't touch him with a 10-foot pole. You like to have the opportunity to play at that level, and then for it to be taken away from you is like, I could just feel it. And this story is kind of old, but The truth doesn't matter. The accusation does. Because the girl, I guess, regretted what she did with these two boys. And so you can come a week later with a story. And the only thing that matters is the story. And so what happens to the women where this is really happening to them? They really being taken advantage of. Now you can't believe no fucking body. But these two boys' lives are ruined for all intended purposes. This interview is a year old, so I hope they doing okay. But their dreams is crushed. Their dreams are crushed. I just want y'all to hear a little bit more.
You gotta be sure.
I'm gonna tell you, you put them tans on one day, people be saying, "Oh, don't do this, don't do that. Don't put yourself in a compromising position." Or what the fuck you talking about? You lock yourself up in the house? Do you not go anywhere? Do you not do anything? That's what I mean. Like, we got to be careful with giving unrealistic advice. These men were exonerated. They were found not guilty. So comments like that don't even make sense. Because what should actually be said, well, they didn't put themselves in a compromising position. They didn't do anything wrong. They followed the protocol that the team told them to do so, and therefore they were exonerated. Why accuse them of something such as this? Because you didn't like what you did after the fact.
Strong. You feel me? You gotta be strong. I tell you that much. You gotta be strong.
Urban Meyer, I was in Florida. He went to Florida. I didn't play with him. I missed
you. I want y'all to put them. I want you to have to put on. Did you see how baggy his pants was? This is 2020. It ain't now. Like these little kids wearing bell bottoms. You bring him in the court in chains, in his tans, right? He looked guilty. He feel guilty. He looked like a convict. But did you hear his lawyer? The boy from Brooklyn? He has never had any police contact to speak of. None. Did you see the judge when the other boy came in, right? Or excuse me, the dark skinned boy comes in after. She's like, "Do you need me to read it over, Judge?" She's like, "No, it's okay," with a smirk and a smile. But they just said Jocelyn went versus the state of Ohio. Fuck is so funny? The allegation is the exact same. It should be two different stories. I would assume that the boys did two different things. Like as an example, the boy from Ohio himself brought her to the room. The boy from Brooklyn was already there. But all the facts of the case remain the same. You don't give a fuck.
Missed him by a year, but they were telling me how he is.
Yeah.
But there's a list of things that you know if you do this, you can rob a bank, you might still be on the team.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The DUI.
Listen to how real this is right here. Listen to how real this is. Listen to how real this is right here. And the football players ain't the only people that know this.
Know if you do this, you can rob a bank, you might still be on the team.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The DUIs, the drunk fighting. That's why I used to get drunk and fight.
Yeah.
You still be on the team. Molestation, assault, beating up women, any of that. If a woman's involved, you kicked off the team.
Yeah.
Right? How does it feel when y'all are so confident going into the situation that I ain't do nothing wrong? People aren't believing y'all. You're not innocent until proven guilty in these circumstances. How frustrating was it? Because I'll be honest, if y'all were my nephews and I read the story like I did before I met y'all, I would doubt. I would doubt y'all too. Because
do you know how much homework niggas don't do? I play football at small schools One of them was a 1AA school. One of them was a Division II school. Do you know how much homework motherfuckers don't do? My degree is in administration with a concentration in marketing and accounting, right? So the tutors that we used to have in study hall, they weren't as apt to that because I would say 80% of the team was in like communications. So they kind of just used to. So I had one tutor specifically. She was cool, but we had to really do the work together, right? Just because of my concentrations and things of that nature. But anything that she could do, she would do. Do you know little schools, bro? Don't make too many tackles. Don't get too many applause. It's people everywhere showing you love. Jameis Winston. Oh, let me steal crab legs. The nigga had to steal no crab legs. It's crazy. These boys' lives will never be the same.
Because of what went on, how it went on. How hard is it when you're telling them exactly what you know and people aren't believing?
Very frustrating. It's like when you know the answer to the test and you tell everybody is this, and they go put the wrong answer down. But it take 3 years for them to find out the right one. So you sitting there the whole time. I just told y'all the truth. And y'all gonna put something else down or say we did this or say we did that. And it take 3 years to finally where we at now to where they know that we were telling the truth all the time. That's the only thing I can think of is frustration. Really just like, why wouldn't you believe me? Like, why are we guilty and we have to prove our innocence? You know what I mean? It's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, but we had to fight through that.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. That last statement is important. Let me show you how real that statement is, though. Look at the countries where you're seemingly guilty until proven innocent. This all I typed in. China, North Korea, Japan. The presumption of innocence is the fundamental human right principle that is affirmed in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Many countries that use a civil law system have adopted the presumption of innocence, including Brazil, France, Italy, Poland, Romania, Spain. Look at the countries that seemingly violate the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. China, North Korea, Japan. Just think about that. Nobody believe in him. His people ain't believing him. You know what that would do to somebody's psyche, man. But I just want y'all to see the association with how those brothers felt. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. J. Ali in the building. Appreciate you. Reaper with the $2. Be a victor, not a victim. Harrison Davis with the $5 says, salute my brother. Reaper with the $5 says, not to be a conspiratorial, but there's a reason why they pressured Deion Sanders to stop advising rookies on how to maneuver the vultures. Reaper, it don't matter. That's what I'm telling y'all. The modus operandi, if you talk to 10 football players from 10 different schools, they have to. Finances, people trying to take advantage of you, latch on to you, and women. Now, what happened to Chris Carter? Chris Carter said, what? You got to have a fall guy. You got to have a guy with you that's going to take the charge just in case shit hit the fan. He lost his whole, he ain't been on NFL Network, ESPN, nothing since then. But was he lying? Reaper with the 10 ounces. Black man's sexuality is always on trial. Imagine all the judges, jury, and fans who truly hated black men and are ready to send you upstate. Black men are the most want to be smashed but can't be smashed. Patrice O'Neal. Chris, what up, my brother? With the $5 says, don't forget the U.S. The story is juicy enough. You will be guilty until proven innocent. Yeah. The court of public opinion, man. and you have to be calculated in the risk you take. God forbid you take the side of someone who was accused of such a thing. We have to assume that these black men specifically did that shit. This shit is nasty work. Let me do this, man. Yo, what's poppin'?
Hello, Hampton.
What's goody?
Hello, audience.
What's poppin'?
Nothing.
Good? Everything good? I gotta show y'all this, man. I gotta show y'all this. Y'all remember this one? Y'all remember Travis Rudolph? The case where somebody lost his life over a lie? Let me show you how real this is. Let me show you how real this is. Let me show y'all. Where's my clip? This one. So I'm gonna recount this story. Do you know this story, Sherelle?
No.
Okay. So this is Travis Rudolph here. Or excuse me. Well, this is the case of Travis Rudolph. He played at Florida. And he played for the Giants for a couple years as well. And so who you see on the stand is his ex-girlfriend who was married at the time, but also talking to him about marriage. She was married to someone else. She felt like she didn't have a need to disclose that because it didn't have anything to do with her current relationship. But she was married though. They get in an argument. They get in a back and forth. She hits him first. He telling her, I don't want you. She checked his phone. He's like, listen, I don't want you. I'm feeling this other chick, whatever. They arguing back and forth. I'm sure he was being insulting, whatever the case is. So she started hitting them and carrying on. Right. She's so upset. She says this.
And I didn't send my brothers to kill him.
You sent a text to go shoot up his shit, right?
I didn't say shoot him.
You sent a text to go shoot up his shit, right?
Correct.
Let me tell you what the shit is.
When you're angry, you say things. I'm sure everyone in this courtroom has said something when you're... I'm trying to speak. If you want me to answer your question, you have to let me answer your question.
If you were responsive to my question, I would not...
All right. Answer the question, please.
Okay. Can you repeat your question?
What up?
She told her brothers via text, go shoot up his shit. You know what her brother replied with? He a dead man walking. And then on the stand, she's saying, I didn't mean him. Everything but him. Do people not know how bullets play? Can you write wall on a bullet and then go to the wall? Can you assign bullets?
Bullets don't have names on it. We all know that.
You ever been at the shooting range, right? Oh, I gotta use this hand. And you got your hand don't move. And for some reason, them motherfucking bullets, one is in the torso, one is in the face, one don't hit the wall behind them, and you got your arm like this the whole time. But go shoot this shit up. Let me show y'all this. Let me show y'all this right here.
All right. 5-0. All right. States 5-0. 50.
This is the brother right here. Okay. This is the brother. He went over there with his other brother and his mans.
We need evidence who I am. We're on 30th Street and I don't know, we're in North Lake, 40th Street and Skyway. Broadway, yeah, 43 Broadway. What's going on? We have to move shot. He has a DSW. He's shot? He's not moving. Yes, he's not moving. He's shot. One moment. Please hurry. Yeah, I'm dropping it now. It's West Palm 40th and Broadway, Sam male shot. He's not moving. Do you know where he was shot? What part of his body? I'm not sure. I can't tell. But he's not moving. And he's the only one that's injured there? He's the only one that's shot. Yes, please. Okay. We have help on the way to you. We're sending police and paramedics. And you say you can't tell what part of his body he was shot, right? I can't tell. All right. And he's on the road on 40th Street. 40th and Broadway. There's a gas station, Van Auto Park, something. 40th Street and Broadway. Okay, again, is he on 40th Street or on Broadway? We are on 40th Street and Broadway. It's the intersection. I hear from the sirens. All right. West Palm will stay for you. All right, no problem, sir. Did you see the person who shot him? Travis Rudolph. Sir, he pulled off? No, his name is Travis Rudolph. He shot at him. Travis Rudolph shot at him? Yes. Okay, is he black, white, or Hispanic, Travis? Black. What was he wearing today? I don't even know. He came out the house with no shirt. Okay, what house does he live at? He lives at 40th and Broadway? No, he lives in Northlake somewhere. I'm not sure. Off like Northlake, getting up like Casa Riviera? I don't know. Please, I think I understand they're going to come help in the medics turn around as well, but you're saying Travis Rudolph shot him here, so was he in a car? He shot him around his neighborhood. He came outside with the gun and shot at him. Shot at us. He shot all of us. Okay, but where did that happen? You guys drove to this location? Yep, we were trying to get to the hospital, and we came down the street, and the car stopped working. Okay, Northlake. Are you shot as well, sir? I don't think I'm shot. I'm not shot. Just him. Okay, do you know Travis's address? No, I'm not sure. Okay, so you guys were heading to his house. He came outside, shot at you guys, and you drove to this location? We came to talk to him. He came outside trying to fight. We were trying to get to the car, and he went back into the house, got a gun, came outside. We were in the car driving away, and he started to shoot at us. Okay, now, how many other people are with you right now? 2, and my son who was with us, I don't know where he's at. We drove away as soon as he started shooting. Yes, please. Okay, you see the police? Yes, we see the police. All right, go ahead and flag them down, okay? We flag them down. Please. Right here. He's in the passenger. Please.
You think that boy, you think he made it?
No. I don't know. So they went to shoot him, but they got shot and called the police on him.
They went 3 deep to his house. He go outside with his brother. They start getting in a tussle. Travis think he see a gun. He run back in the house, grab his AR. He chased him down the street. Shoot the car. Upwards, I think it was 60 times. Until he said he what's the word that they use? Mandrell was just in the chat. Neutralize the threat. The friend, not even the 2 brothers, the friend lost his life on a dummy mission because she was upset. And nothing happens.
Does Travis get off?
Yeah. It's Florida. Now, he was already out the league. He was trying to play in Canada and things of that nature. But it took a long time. And people be thinking like being locked up is just nothing. Be locked up for a weekend. Like
for one day.
That's what I'm saying. I'm so sick of fucking like people just don't know shit. They don't understand it. Oh, what? Don't put yourself in compromise. What the fuck are you talking about? Anytime you have to use your gun, even if it's justified, usually they remand people. But that boy is dead though. Because she was in her feelings. Embellished the story. Lied to her brothers. Her brothers think they doing something righteous. And now their man's is gone. This right here. Sherelle, everybody in the chat. Let me show y'all this, man. The clip that I initially opened with. This one, right? I'm gonna speed up a little bit. I think I was right here. Look at her attitude. Now, mind you, there's a little boy, and I'm saying boy, if y'all notice, for a reason. Yeah, they over 18, I get it. But these is fucking boys. Did you see the little boy crying on the stand, grabbing his head?
Today. That's the moral of the story. Is that correct?
Correct.
Isn't the moral of the story is that you sent your brother and his friends to go kill Travis?
No, the moral of the story is him putting his hands on me. That is really the basis of everything.
So we have to disregard that you just admitted
Now,
in court
what?
that you initiated.
I tried to push him away from me for the moments.
So this.
No.
Not at all.
Emotions out of it. I'm not going to get into the whole thing about women versus men and emotional, lability. Shut up.
Isn't it true that you were the first person to become physically violent with Travis and not the other way around?
No.
Not at all.
When we were in the house, he was already nudging me to get out.
You were the one that was first physically violent, were you not?
If you can play something or show me something, if I can't recall the exact steps of the moment. Okay.
Question. Okay, so you were the first one to become physically violent with Travis, not the other way around. Answer. Correct.
Yes, that's correct.
You remember that?
Look at that. Just lied. I didn't know. That's not true. Okay, yes, it's true. You know what she was charged with?
Nothing.
Nothing.
So you were the first one to become physically violent with Travis, right?
Mhm.
That's what you told us under oath on November 8th of 2021.
Yes.
And yes,
Yes.
today you're just saying that.
I didn't say that. I said I didn't remember. I said if you can show me something to recall in my memory. I just said that.
Yeah, you do remember that you were
Right.
the one that started being physically violent with him.
Yes, after he started calling me names in my face, running me down, yes. I tried to push him away from me.
And there we have a clear admission of guilt. Please tell me she got charged with domestic violence or some type of assault, battery, or something based on this.
That he was disrespectful yesterday. That's the moral of the story. Is that correct?
Correct.
Testified that he was
In the courtroom. Please, please, please.
and you testified that he was disrespectful yesterday. That's the moral of the story. Is that correct?
Correct.
Isn't the moral of the story is that you sent your brother and his friends to go kill Travis?
No, the moral of the story is him putting his hands on me. That is really the basis of everything.
So we have to disregard that you just admitted in court that you initiated the violence and go ahead and charge him for hitting you or whatever he did to you.
And I didn't send my brothers to kill him.
You just sent a text to go shoot up his shit, right?
I didn't say shoot him.
You sent a text to go shoot up his shit, right?
Correct.
Tell the jury what the shit is.
When you're angry, you say things. I'm sure everyone in this courtroom has said something when you're. I'm trying to speak. If you want me to answer your question, you have to let me answer your question.
Well, you were responsive to my question. I wouldn't have.
All right. Answer the question, please.
Okay. Can you repeat your question?
Question was shit. What does shit mean in the context of that text?
Anything but him.
Okay. So it could have been his brother.
No.
It could have been the house.
Nothing violent toward a person.
On what planet
His
does
mother's
that mean
house,
that?
right?
I was upset and my adrenaline was running and I said something that I didn't mean. That's the bottom line of that. I didn't mean for my brothers to do any of that. That's why when my brother left the house, he did not have a firearm on him.
And I'm just going to put this back up here to reemphasize it is illegal in Florida to plan or conspire with another person to commit a crime. Prosecutors may file charges even if the underlying crime did not actually occur. So it doesn't really matter. This is kind of hocus pocus talk right here. She should be charged with the crime of sending somebody to
You're
shoot
not
Travis
answering
shit
my
up.
question again.
Okay.
You told the jury that shit meant anything other than a person, right? That's what you just told them. You remember that?
Okay. Can I clarify the jury? Okay.
Didn't you just tell the jury that shit meant anything other than a person? Yes or no?
I would like to clarify that.
Well, answer yes or no, and then you can clarify. Did you not just tell them that?
I did tell them that, but I want to clarify what I mean.
Okay.
When I said that, I was upset. I was angry, and I said something that I didn't mean. My adrenaline was running. I am clarifying my answer. Am I not?
Go ahead. Finish.
So I was upset, and I ended up saying something that I didn't mean. Like people say things when they're upset that they don't mean all the time. But since the situation has happened, it obviously blew up 20 times more. But I didn't necessarily mean for anything to happen to Travis, his family, his house, or anything. It was like my second home. I would not want anything to happen there.
And keep in mind, this is Travis's.
And what we know is necessarily is meaning you acknowledging both sides.
Mom's house.
On the video we saw,
Meaning that you didn't necessarily want anybody to get shot, but you understand that people could have gotten shot if you shooting up somebody's house. When people say necessarily, listens for that, because they acknowledging the bullshit. They acknowledging both sides of the coin.
And she doesn't seem like she has no remorse, even though somebody's dead.
None. There's no repercussion to lying. There's no repercussion to embellishing, to sensationalizing, to saying things that are provocative so a motherfucker could click on you. That shit is corny as hell. Hamp, watch this. For what? Niggas saying dumb shit they don't mean, that they don't perpetuate. Let's just listen to this. I think the lawyer brings it up here, Sherelle.
You ran or you went back in the house for the purpose of getting your tequila bottle, right?
I was grabbing all my things. I think I still had things on the couch as well.
So she was probably drunk and tripping. That's typical. Drunk and going through a man's phone. It's not a good equation.
One of the things you went back into the house to grab was your tequila bottle, was it not?
Correct.
The bottle that you had bought early that evening.
Correct.
It was your bottle, not Travis's, right?
Correct.
And isn't it a fact that you started hitting him? And we saw that on the video yesterday, that you started hitting him with your fists.
Yes.
And you were slapping him, were you not?
I don't think I slapped him, but I did like throw a punch or two, at him. So I can go in there and get my stuff. He wasn't letting me.
Okay. So he was physically holding you and not letting you go in?
He was blocking me from going in. He's telling me to get my things. I'm going in there to get my things. Then he's blocking me saying like, back up.
And he never raised a hand and touched you, did he not?
Yeah, he was raising his hand the whole time, like grabbing me, pushing me back. Yeah, the whole time.
Did he punch you?
No, he didn't punch me.
Did he slap you?
No, he didn't slap me.
Did he pick up any objects and hit you over the head with them?
No.
So other than standing there, right? And he did absolutely nothing else to you.
Just like a physical altercation without punching or slapping or anything like that. Just the grabbing me up and DJ trying to grab him. It was.
And this is the part that's so dangerous for men. You can physically be defending yourself from a woman admittedly throwing punches at you. And because you try to restrain the woman by grabbing her arms or doing something to keep from being assaulted further, it'll be presented or perceived a certain way depending on who the person in judgment of your actions was. So, I mean, the best thing you can do is separate yourself from the situation if at all possible.
Where was he grabbing you? Was he grabbing you by the hair?
Just like by my shoulders, but like by my arms, like trying to get out, things like that.
Even though he's the one that told you to get the F out of his house, right?
No, he told me to go in there and get my stuff.
Because he wanted you out. He wanted you out of there.
And I was leaving with my things that I brought.
Including your bottle.
It doesn't matter about the bottle, but I wanted my actual clothes and things that I brought because I used to sleep over there all the time.
If it gets to a point of physicality and violence, just leave. Get your things later when cooler heads can prevail. But the tough part about this situation is Travis is actually at his mother's house. So your mother's house, you feel like the other person away from the pond.
I picked up a lot of things and I threw a lot of things. I'm not 100% sure about everything, but
was it not? Including the brick, right?
I was just.
I mean, with reckless people trying to make women who damage and flew up your way, but couldn't even.
I texted that message. Yes, I did.
All right, this part.
It was just to shoot up his shit.
I texted that message. Yes, I did.
You were screaming and yelling at him while you still were at his house. You telling him that you're sending Keyshawn over. What exactly?
I never threatened him. The messages between me and my brother were only between me and my brother. They have never seen those messages, and so everything has came out.
This day, you're aware that Travis's car window was smashed, right?
Correct.
You do it?
Yes.
When did you do it?
Right before I left.
You also, when you left the house, you called your brother Keyshawn. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and you were still crying and upset when you called him, right?
Yes.
And then you also called Tyler Robinson when you left Travis's house, did you not?
Yes.
And you were crying and upset at that point as well.
Yes.
And you told both of them that Travis had picked you up and slammed you to the ground, right?
Yes.
And that he had disrespected you.
Yes.
And you also sent a text message to Keyshawn at roughly 9:45 that Travis dropped you to the ground. Do you remember that?
Yep.
And in response to that text message, Keyshawn sent a group text message to you and Tyler Robinson that Travis is a dead man walking. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's the message that you deleted from your phone, right?
No, I deleted the shoot his shit up message.
And you also deleted the dead man walking message.
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't remember if I did or not.
Wow.
Why would you delete evidence so that it's not available?
So you didn't want anybody to get shot. Your brother responds with he's a dead man walking, and you just delete the messages. What did she say after the fact?
For the jury to see.
The evidence wasn't deleted for the jury not to see, because clearly I'm standing up here right now and I'm admitting that I did delete the messages. And
Okay, at this point, we have the admission of multiple crimes in our
So
charges.
his commentary is good, but I want to hear.
I'm confessing that I did turn my phone into the police enforcement. It wasn't for the jury not to see. After all these actions have happened, you have to understand how that looks. It looked ridiculous. Beforehand, if nothing like that happened, it would have just been words that were said. People say things when they're mad, their adrenaline is running all the time. So that is the reason why I deleted them after I came to the conclusion that there was a shooting.
And you were concerned about that. You had a guilty conscience, did you not?
I still have a guilty conscience to this day. And I will say that to the jury, to everybody in here. Of course I do. That was never my intentions for no one to die, or for even for him to be sitting over there right now.
Or shoot it up, whatever the shit was, right?
Like I said, I made a terrible choice of words during that time. I was 23. I was young. I was dumb. I made a very, very bad decision when I said those words, but it was never my intentions.
And again, this is a learning lesson. Youth is no excuse. We as Black people can't afford to anticipate that that's going to be.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what she said, what her intentions are. The boy's dead. The man was locked up for a elongated period of time. And this is just what it is. Because what motherfuckers say, it doesn't matter. The provocative nature of how people want to choose to speak to get eyes on them, the truth don't matter. I can feel guilty after the fact, but he's dead. I didn't mean what I said, but he's dead. I didn't want anybody to get shot, even though I said shoot his shit up, but the boy died in the car. Your brother's a pussy, and everybody knows it. That's probably the best thing that came out this shit. She's smug. She don't care. She desensitized. There are no repercussions. Same thing with stupid ass talking points. We say dumb shit all day long, and there ain't no repercussion to it, so we just can keep on saying it. Motherfuckers tune in to see people say dumb shit against each other. Why tell the truth when the lie is more entertaining? He got off on this one though. Look at my verbiage. He got off like he did something wrong. Right? He exonerated. Rightfully so. But the little black boy's still dead. The truth don't matter, man. What you think of this one?
Yeah, I think that's unfortunate as hell. I think that like it's this whole concept of how they say like we not protected because you saw the brick lady, but it's always something like this, right? Because even if he putting his hands on you and you want to de-escalate it, why not call the cops who's trained to de-escalate? But then that's nothing. Why you can't just leave? That's not your house.
See, you know she wasn't in danger, right? Really? She went outside and bust his car window out before she left. She called two little boys, to your point, for some get back because he lied to incite them. He threw me on the ground. He did this. He didn't do none of that. He didn't do any of that.
Because we see the camera and he a man, so we know he could beat you up. So how are you in danger when you swinging licks and he just trying to hold you?
Not only is he a man, right? He's an NFL wide receiver. So at the very least, you know he's probably top 10 athletes in the world, right? Just in terms of just being able to do things, right? And I may be exaggerating with top 10, but you catch my drift.
He's elite to make it to that level.
Yeah, just elite, regardless of the percentage, right? He's elite, an elite athlete. But you ain't afraid enough to not bust his windows out. He let you go back and he told you, go get your stuff. Right? I'm sure he was talking shit. But she admitted to swinging first after opposing lying about it. She told the little boys he did X, Y, and Z. He did none of that. Because the truth was provocative enough to get one of them killed. People think they control their repercussions. They don't. We just control our actions. And I think that shit just a shame because the truth don't matter. It doesn't matter. The lie is more entertaining, more lucrative, and more destructive. This man fought this case for 2 years. How much money you think that is?
A lot of money.
I ain't never seen no. Paul, damn, my grammar is terrible, but I need to say it like this. I ain't never seen no felony charge for under 15 racks. Never. I guarantee the retainer for this probably 40,000, 50,000. How retainer works is this. My retainer's $5,000, right? Attorneys bill every 6 minutes. These attorneys probably $700 an hour. Let's say 500 is easier math. So 500. How many sixes in 60 minutes? Hold on, let me do this. And it's a lot of it's intellectual. Hold on. Let me see. My math is bad. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna finish this. Yeah. So it's 10 and 60. I think it's like $50 every 6 minutes. I think my math is right. Right? And they bill in 6 minute increments. And a lot of it's intellectual. So if you're on the phone with your lawyer, right? And you talk to that lawyer for 12 minutes, that's $100 or whatever the math is, right? My math is off. I apologize, right? Oh, so I was right. $50 every 6 minutes. That's $100. Every time they're writing something, they have to file a motion or whatever the case is. $50, $50. Every hour, $500. And it's intellectual. So what you gonna say? You only talk to me for like it doesn't. You know what I mean? How long it take them to do that work? What if I get a phone call like I just did? 3 minutes, I'm on the phone. Now I go back to doing the work. Somebody gonna pay for that 3 minutes.
And in jail, like everybody guilty. That's how you gonna get treated.
Yeah, ain't no disparate treatment. If you in there in them chains, you getting treated like you did it. Point blank. And niggas just don't put yourself in a compromise. What if you in a state that don't have a bail? That means you literally have to wait to be arraigned, and they might put you on a bracelet while you innocent. Think about that. You want to monitor while you innocent. If they don't remand you, this the shit that.
And then your mentality still in there, like you could not act. You could actually. This could be your life. Because you're not 100% certain that you're gonna get off whether you're innocent or not, because they got a million niggas that's innocent in here around you that didn't get off. You see what I'm saying? So you gotta deal with that mental, like, damn, I might be spending the rest of my life in here. You thinking about all the things you could have did, you could have avoided, you would have, should have, could have. That's
what I'm saying.
That's day one.
This is what we watching in the Discord, if we can find it. It's called The Night Of. I don't know if you ever saw it. It's on HBO. And it just shows the maturation process of a boy who got arrested for something he didn't do, went through the process, was just in prison fighting a murder case, and he started to assimilate, to your point. Oh, I know my man. One of the toughest people I know. Boom, he took a charge. He was trying to take a charge to see how long he could sit but only get a misdemeanor charge, right? That nigga was locked up for a week. And he said, yo, fuck that. Bail me. I'm coming out. Give me the felony. He didn't give a fuck about none of that shit. He was initially going to take it to, misdemeanor, you can overcome it. He said, fuck that. Give me the felony. I can't sit in here. You in there, right? In the county, because that's where these boys are. County don't have the amenities because people going in and out, in and out, in and out. Commissary come like once a month as opposed to every week. You sitting in there and people on the bunk, some people sleeping on the floor because you got like these boats. And Omar said it before, right? You hear niggas whimpering, head in a pillow, niggas shitting on themselves, pissing on themselves, throwing up because they dope sick. In the middle of the night. You know what everybody be saying in the middle of the night? Not a fucking word. Not a fucking word. Pardon my language. I just want y'all to understand. Not a fucking word. Ain't nobody saying niggas stop crying. Nobody saying shit. And you know what? Toughest niggas in the world wake up in the morning. They hustling. They fruit cups and shit. You know that nigga was just crying. But you know what? You let him be tough in the morning. Because that nigga will beat your ass. People just sneeze. Go ahead.
Losing family members in jail. They flashing out. There's so much that goes on in it on a consistent basis.
Yeah.
Like the way people live, that be shaping a lot of people's minds. So like psychologically, they don't even be right if they stay in there too long or go in there too many
You're
times.
not. There's a point you made that I want to make sure I accentuate it. When the nigga mind ain't right, he don't got tans on, he got red on. Because you in jail, right? Normally, if somebody's having a mental breakdown, you know, we kind of protect those people. No, everybody need to identify you having a mental breakdown. Everybody need to identify that you, just in case you want to try to hang up, everybody looking, everybody watching. Now everybody know you got a mental breakdown going on. So now you in a red jumpsuit just in case they got to come unstring you. Everybody know that something ain't right because you get medicine at 5:15 in the morning or 7:30 in the morning. 7:30 East Coast shit is like crazy. You wilding, you like day room. Everybody know your business. Like, and I'm not laughing, I'm just thinking about it, you know? But people just sneeze. Well, you shouldn't have been there. You shouldn't have done. They ain't do nothing wrong. But the lie was what was necessary to make her feel better. The lie was what was necessary to get them boys caught up. Motherfuckers lie all day because it's more entertaining. People lie on who? Because it's more convenient to lie on a Deshaun Jackson so you can get a Deshaun Watson so you can get paid out. No criminal charges. Give me $1 million, my nigga. I'll let it ride. But I thought he violated you. And so now what happens to the real victims? You rape a kid, you molest a kid, you rape a woman, you deserve death, in my opinion. Biblically speaking as well, right? But we don't have to go there. Feel me? But now you can't identify who's who. Joseph said it, so salute to Joseph, right? Well, he right there, right? Whatever about him wilding, that nigga lost 50 pounds. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So solid, what up, my boy? Guilty until paid innocent. Title of an essay I wrote in college. Stay out the trap. That's a fact, man. You know, in some of these comments, like Florida, you can pay your money. Like, you can pay your money for your charges. Like, you owe money. This shit crazy. Let me show y'all this, man. Get the likes up. Get the likes up. I apologize that we ain't laughing and giggling today. We did a lot of that shit yesterday. Let me show y'all this. So I like this one, Sherelle, because it's much more. There's not a lot of fluff in this here. Did you hear about this? Did you read about this? Did you listen about this?
I saw a post about it.
What did the post say?
Said that Jay-Z been accused of rape with Diddy, but Jay-Z made a statement and he denied all allegations, and he felt like it's really just an extortion, that they was trying to extort him. And he's like saying, like, I'm not buckling down, I'm gonna make an example out of y'all. Like, I'm gonna fight for my life and my reputation.
And they said, Hov. They said, Hov, why Hov ain't just pay it? I wanted to show y'all this. This is how frivolous people take this shit. They not even realizing that you put a man's entire everything on the line. Women issues an apology for misleading information regarding being women in the lawsuit photo sitting on Diddy's lap. An accuser of Diddy has come forward to clarify that she is not the woman in the infamous studio photo. The confusion began when a woman named Misha conducted an interview detailing being force-fed jelly beans by former Bad Boy executive Harvey Pierre. Misha claimed she tried to get out of his vehicle and tried to spit out the beans, but became dizzy. She began slipping in and out of consciousness and woke up in a private jet. She then says she slipped out again, only to wake up next time inside a recording studio. This seemingly caused some people to believe she is Jane Doe, who provided photos of herself wearing Dolce & Gabbana t-shirt while sitting on Diddy's lap. Misha cleared up the matter shortly after the interview. Right? I would like to apologize for the misled information about the D&G shirt. I knew that me coming out saying that was me in the D&G shirt, that's someone else's case, Misha stated. I want to apologize to the Jane Doe victim. I never said her story was my story. I've been through things she has been through, but I never said her story was my story. And I just want to apologize if I misled anyone. To read the rest, long and baller alert. But that's intentional. Right? It's convenient to come out after the fact. After you get all the publicity and you got the interviews, you got your bread. Oh, my fault. That's not actually me. Because the lie is lucrative.
Attention, money, people do anything. They say anything. It don't matter who they hurting, don't matter. It just don't matter.
Look at this shit, man. Wigdor LLP. Limited liability partnership. We talk about LLC, limited liability company. When attorneys come together, they have a limited liability partnership. That's why you see them called partners. A woman has recently come forward claiming to be our client, Jane Doe, who asserted claims of gender-motivated violence against Sean Combs, Harvey Pierre, and others. She is not the individual who we represent in the pending lawsuit. Our client identity remains confidential.
Led information about the D&G shirt. I knew that me coming out saying that was me in a D&G shirt, that's someone else's case. So I knew that I could not say that. That's why I didn't want Adria to go live and say anything about the D&G shirt. I want to apologize to the Jane Doe victim. I never said her story was my story. I've been through things she has been through, but I never said her story was my story. And I just want to apologize if I misled anyone. And I just want to apologize for the misled information. But I was already told when I called down there that someone was you, but I would like to apologize for using, you know what I'm saying? I couldn't say that that's me because somebody already put in that was them. I did experience a photo in a DG shirt and a skirt, but I would like to apologize with everybody's making videos about me saying that I'm lying. I'm not lying about my experience. I don't have mental health issues. Like people gang stalking me, putting up my background, and they doing all this stuff to me. But I did go through something. I went through something. I did. I went through something, and I never said that woman's story was my story. We have similars in the things that he done because he does the same thing to everybody. But her story is not my story. So it brought up a lot of stuff. I went through the.
How many interviews she gonna have? How much money she gonna make? Does she got an Instagram? Does she got a YouTube page?
She's somebody in the midst of 8 million people. We 8 billion people in the world. We ain't gonna know everybody's name. Everybody ain't making it to Baller X. Everybody ain't getting this type of attention. So she just went within that. Now she's somebody because of a lie.
And this the problem, right? We saw what happened to Cassie, right? In the hallway. This the shit I'm talking about, right? Let's say the girl who alleged that when she was 13, they took advantage of her. Now you got people faking. You got people building on her story. Allegedly, what if that trauma really happened to her?
Yeah, it really hurts them. Like, that's the thing about the little boy who cried wolf syndrome, right? Is that when the wolves really come, then you gonna get people fucked up.
But that's it. Or oh yeah, you get people fucked up, or nobody come to save you, or nobody believe you. Because now the victim, alleged victim, if that really happened to her, it's harder to believe her now. Because now everybody Jane Doe. You can't even protect her identity because now anybody can do it and say it.
Especially when you trying to get a bag.
Girls,
Especially when you're just trying to get some money. You see what I'm saying?
And you can't tell the difference. And this the one thing I wonder. And again, it could be the statute of limitations, right? So like, look, so boom, this I need this info right here. T.O. said, what's poppin', T.O.? She did like 5 panel interviews already. She ain't doing them shit for free. For what? And at the very least, depending on the platform, the publicity is worth money. But that shit is just crazy, man. Like what we looking at, what's actually happening. Let me show y'all this, man. I preferred this one, the video here. I preferred this video here because see through you, they're free. You back? Okay. They're free in terms of there wasn't a monetary exchange. But people say what's the phrase? All publicity is good publicity. All marketing is good marketing. I forget the actual cliche term.
It's the all publicity is good publicity.
Yeah, or there's no bad publicity or something like that. And so yeah, it will look free. Let's see through you said she got cash apps though. So right, but even if the interviewer doesn't pay them, right? If the platform's large enough, it's worth more than the money. When Usher did the Super Bowl, right? They fund their own Super Bowl performances, right? To an extent, people are sponsor, whatever the case is. But the NFL doesn't pay them directly. But the amount of streams that Usher got after the fact, you ain't need to get paid, right? That's how you get paid, So a lot of times you'll see people come to different platforms and work with people because there is a marketing, a publicity, a growth aspect to it. So that just, but I see through. I know you know that. So, but everybody just listening. So, but this one, I like this one because so if you guys don't see me, I don't know. I like to look at stuff like this essentially. I like this lady because she don't put any fluff around what's being said. She just kind of goes through the story. So we'll go through this one real quick. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Jay-Z revealed as an accused rapist in a civil lawsuit initially filed against Sean Diddy Combs. the two stars, now accused of raping a 13-year-old girl at an after party decades ago. I have 7 shocking details from the suit and what Jay-Z, Combs, and the accuser's lawyer are all saying about it. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Jay-Z, of course, is one of the biggest names in rap music, and he has been a longtime friend and associate of Sean Diddy Combs. Now he's being revealed as the name behind Celebrity A in a lawsuit filed by a Jane Doe from Alabama, who claims that Combs and now Jay-Z raped her in the year 2000. And in a bit, I'm going to tell you what both Jay-Z and Sean Combs are saying about this lawsuit, so stay tuned for that. Combs is currently in federal custody, accused of racketeering and sex trafficking, and he's pleaded not guilty to those charges. The sex trafficking charge filed against Combs relates to allegations made by his ex, Cassie Ventura, that he forced her to take part in freak-offs, days-long sex acts with male sex workers. Cassie had originally filed a civil lawsuit against Combs in November of 2023. That suit, of course, was settled in record time within a day. Before that, Combs' lawyers say that Cassie's lawyers had made an offer to them that they could buy the rights to a book she was writing for $30 million in exchange for it never seeing the light of day. Cassie's lawsuit and the subsequent settlement seemed to open the floodgates for other women to file civil lawsuits against Combs. More than a dozen have been filed, including one by a Jane Doe in October. At the time the suit was filed, Combs was the main defendant, and 2 other celebrities were listed as Celebrity A and Celebrity B. Celebrity A was listed as a man and Celebrity B, a woman. Now attorney Tony Busby, after some legal back and forth with a demand letter and dueling lawsuits, says Celebrity A is Jay-Z, whose legal name is Sean Carter. The suit begins. Defendant Sean Combs, aka P. Diddy, aka Puff Daddy, aka Diddy, aka PD, aka Love, along with his longtime friend and collaborator Sean Carter, aka Jay-Z, drugged and raped a 13-year-old girl at an after-party following the 2000 Video Music Awards. Another celebrity stood by and watched as Combs and Carter took turns assaulting the minor. Many others were present at the after-party, but did nothing to stop the assault. Combs has been allowed for years to conduct himself in this manner without any consequences. The plaintiff says she was 13 at the time in January of 2000, when she said she went to the MTV Video Music Awards at Radio City Music Hall. She didn't have a ticket, so she approached limo drivers who were parked outside hoping to get in. The lawsuit says one of the limousine drivers she spoke to claimed to work for defendant Combs. The driver told her that Combs liked younger girls and said that she fit what Diddy was looking for. And while not allowing her into the awards, the driver invited her to an after-party. The driver stated that he had to drive Combs and others to the after-party first, but instructed plaintiff to return to his location after the event and that he pick her up after and take her to the after-party. While the woman says she was outside the VMAs talking to the limo drivers, inside it was a big night, particularly for Jennifer Lopez, who was at the award show with her then boyfriend, Sean Combs. They were a hot couple back then, and Lopez won the VMA for Best Dance Video. She was on top of the world that night. The woman claims that night, outside of Radio City Music Hall, she got into a limo with someone affiliated with Sean Combs. That suit says, after approximately 20 minutes, plaintiff arrived at a large white house with a gate U-shaped driveway. Once inside, 2 men asked plaintiff to sign a non-disclosure agreement, informing her that she could not discuss what happened at the after-party. She gave them her name and signed the form, but did not receive a copy. The Jane Doe described seeing celebrities, but those people are not named. Inside the building, plaintiff recognized many celebrities as she entered what appeared to be a large living room or foyer containing a large crowd. Plaintiff attempted to mingle in the crowd and talk to several of the celebrities that she recognized and whom she wanted to see at the VMAs. Waitstaff circulated throughout the room, carrying trays of drinks and loud music throughout the venue. Plaintiff observed widespread drug use, including marijuana and cocaine. After attempting to talk to numerous celebrities, plaintiff accepted a drink from one of the waitresses, circulating the crowd. The drink was a red mixture that tasted like orange juice, cranberry juice, and something bitter. After drinking just a portion of that drink, plaintiff began to feel woozy and lightheaded, making her need to lie down. A photograph of an actual exemplar container used by Combs and or his agents/employees to insert GHB into alcoholic drinks is...
This shit sound crazy as hell. She outside of VMAs, 13. The driver does the invite.
She goes as a 13-year-old girl. And you know what? It sounds so crazy us taking that, because we're thinking like she's the victim. So for us to even question what is a 13-year-old doing getting in a limo with a strange man, going to a party with a bunch of adults?
Man, like you said, Sherelle, you can't say it, right? She the victim. So we can't say these things don't add up, right? Because it's like a shame or blame. No, we saying these things don't add up. You see, right? But people will take that and be like, oh, well, yeah, no, it doesn't add up. That's what we question it. This part is this part right here.
Seen below, and these are the photos included in the lawsuit that show a small plastic container that the plaintiff claims contained drugs at the party. The woman, remember, who claims she was 13 at the time, says she felt woozy and went to look for a place to lay down. She claims she found a bedroom that had just a large bed in it with no other furnishings. And what she describes next is incredibly disturbing. The cases I cover each day here on Crime Fix show you just how scary the world can be, and one of the scariest things that can happen is if you ever get hurt. But I want you to know, if you're ever seriously hurt or in an accident, your case could be worth millions. That's where Morgan & Morgan comes in. The firm has an army of more than 1,000 lawyers who will fight for what you deserve, and they have the track record to prove it. Seeing if you own for the people, defendant Carter and a female. Crime Fix. The suit states, soon after, Combs entered the room along with defendant Carter and a female celebrity, Celebrity B. Plaintiff immediately recognized all three celebrities. Combs aggressively approached plaintiff with a crazed look in his eyes, grabbed her and said, "You are ready to party." Combs then threw plaintiff toward a wall, causing plaintiff to fall. Plaintiff got up and stumbled, at which point Combs grabbed her again and threw her on the bed. At that point, Carter began removing plaintiff's clothes as she grew more and more disoriented. Plaintiff was held down by Carter as he vaginally raped her, while Combs and Celebrity B watched. After Carter was finished, he stepped back toward the wall. Combs then stepped forward and vaginally raped plaintiff while Carter and Celebrity B watched. Combs then knocked plaintiff down and attempted to force plaintiff to perform oral sex on him. She fought back, standing up quickly and punching out at the same time, hitting Combs in the neck. Taken aback, Combs stopped his attempt. The allegations in this suit are very disturbing, and Sean Combs is denying the claims being made by the woman, who's now around 37 years old. Combs and
You on mute, Hemp.
Well, I want to let these play because this is the both of them responding. I just want to understand. So she fought Puffy because he went second, didn't fight Jay-Z, based on what was said. And this is all alleged, obviously.
his legal team said in a statement, this amended complaint and the recent extortion lawsuit against Mr. Busby exposes his barrage of lawsuits against Mr. Combs for what they are, shameless publicity stunts designed to extract payments from celebrities who fear having lies spread about them, just as lies have been spread about Mr. Combs. As his legal team has said before, Mr. Combs has full confidence in facts and the integrity of the judicial process. In court, the truth will prevail that Mr. Combs never sexually assaulted or trafficked anyone, man or woman, adult or minor. And Jay-Z posted a lengthy statement on X calling the allegations heinous. My lawyer received a blackmail attempt called a demand letter from a lawyer named Tony Busby. What he had calculated was the nature of these allegations and the public scrutiny would make me want to settle. No, sir, it had the opposite effect. It made me want to expose you for the fraud you are in a very public fashion. So no, I will not give you one red penny in all caps. These allegations are so heinous in nature that I implore you to file a criminal complaint, not a civil one. Whomever would commit such a crime against a minor should be locked away. Would you not agree? These alleged victims would deserve real justice if that were the case. This lawyer, who I have done a bit of research on, seems to have a pattern of these type of theatrics. I have no idea how you have come to be such a deplorable human, Mr. Busby, but I promise you I have seen your kind many times over. I'm more than prepared to deal with your type. Jay-Z then talks about his family and the toll this will take on them. My only heartbreak is for my family. My wife and I will have to sit our children down, one of whom is at the age where her friends will surely see the press and ask questions about the nature of these claims and explain the cruelty and greed of people. I mourn yet another loss of innocence. Children should not have to endure such at their young age. It is unfair to have to try to understand inexplicable degrees of malice meant to destroy families and human spirit. My heart and support goes out to true victims in the world who have to watch how their life story is dressed in costume for profitability by this ambulance chaser in a cheap suit. You have made a terrible error in judgment, thinking that all celebrities are the same. I'm not from your world. I'm a young man who made it out of the project of Brooklyn. We don't play these types of games. We protect children. You seem to exploit people for personal gain. Only your network of conspiracy theorists, fake physics, will believe the idiotic claims you have levied against me that, if not for the seriousness surrounding harm to kids, would be laughable. I look forward to showing you just how different I am. And lawyer Tony Busby, who filed the suit in the first place, is firing back also on X. Regarding the Jay-Z case and his efforts to silence my clients, Mr. Carter previously denied being the one who sued me and my firm. He filed his frivolous case under a pseudonym. What he fails to say in his recent statement is my firm sent his lawyer a demand letter on behalf of an alleged victim, and that victim never demanded a penny from him. Instead, she sought only a confidential mediation. Since I sent the letter on her behalf, Mr. Carter has not only sued me, but he has tried to bully and harass me and this plaintiff. His conduct has had the opposite impact. She is emboldened. I'm very proud of her resolve. As far as the allegations in the complaint filed, we will let the filing speak for itself and will litigate the facts in court, not in the media. I want to bring in Nima Rahmani. He is an entertainment attorney, and he's been following the whole Sean Combs ordeal very closely. So, Nima, your thoughts on Jay-Z being revealed as Celebrity A in this lawsuit? I know you and I discussed this.
Confidential mediation makes no sense. See, this is how the window dressing goes with stuff like this, right? They'll say that the client never asked for anything. And he's not lying, right? Because the case is brought to him for civil court. And the lawyers will ask for the money, right? Because she's saying, here's what happened. What can we do? The lawyer will say, well, I think that we could get this for this if we bring this if we levy this allegation. And then the lawyer will say, okay, we are going to ask for X. And then the client will sign off. You see? So technically, she not asking for anything. Technically. The lawyer makes a proposition in which she's agreed to based on the lawyer's recommendations. So when he talking like that, he telling the truth, but through him, right? He's the way she asking. Because what would a mediation do? And if she brings a civil lawsuit, it's not criminal. So the only recompense is money. Right? She'll either get a allocation of assets or money if she wins. But it's just crazy, man. And this is somebody like Jay-Z who has the resources necessary. The NFL hasn't come out and said anything yet, unless I missed it.
Yeah, even what he's saying, like his children have to watch it, his family has to watch it. It's the public humiliation of it all. That my name is even associated with something that's so egregious. And this negativity that is gonna bring me is all off a little lie.
Yeah.
For some money and some attention.
The truth.
Like there's people legacy and everything. It's just
yeah. And again, these are allegations, right? We don't have to sit on either side. We can simply say this doesn't add up. This doesn't make sense. We need more information. But we have a right to say something ain't right here. You know? And there is such a thing where people will do, like a person can be a catalyst, you know? So like, let's say it's something that's difficult. If I go first, then you'll be like, okay, if Hamp could do it, I could do it. And then if this person can do it, I could do it. So I'm not saying, I'm not, I understand that happens, right? People can put a bat at each other's back or inspire people to do things, you know? But it just, this shit is, we definitely need more info for sure. Because it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
and the thing is, like, so many people have already been like, Jay-Z's next, Jay-Z's going down. And it's like, who's really getting these people?
I remember, I think, did I cover Jaguar Wright was saying it?
She's such a...
She's so all over the place.
Say anything.
And I think the key is, right, let's hope that whatever actually happened is punished, right? Point blank, period. But one thing that my main worry is when people are really being hurt, it's like you doubt everybody. You know, how much does it matter what the people look like? Like those two black boys in Ohio State case. Like what's the notion with them? Does them being black affected it anyway? Sure. Two black boys and a white girl.
I mean, it's basically like they don't even stand a chance when you look at from the outside.
Like they literally don't stand a chance. That's the overarching feeling. You know? And they didn't seem like they came from, like they seemed decent in how they were thinking, you know? You know, like how they presented themselves.
Yeah.
They seemed decently solid. You know?
But it really don't matter when it comes to situations like that.
All you have to do is be accused. That's it. Why tell the truth when the lie is more entertaining or lucrative? Or you do something willingly and then regret it, and then you can lie on a person, right? To try to save your name or your reputation and then destroy their lives, not just their reputation. You know? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. And I just think all of it is too much. But yeah, they like, hey, what? Look at this review. Nah.
And then the opposite reaction, right, is that when we see the flaws in it, if we catch and make it seem like maybe these people are just being opportunistic, they can always spin it to, oh, we think our celebrities are above reproach. And this is the reason why there's so many victims, because we won't hold our celebrities to the fire because they can do no wrong. Right? Because that's always going to be the rebuttal. Like, oh no, all of these people. And it's like, it's something that I struggle with so often because I'm like, it kind of just make it seem like God don't bless people. Every time we see somebody being blessed in our community, they successful, it's they devil worshiping, they doing this, they doing that, and it's like, God damn, every last one of them.
Yeah, I saw this thing, right? And obviously this is much lower level than any of that stuff, right? What's up, Mr. Williams? What's up, Joseph? I saw this thing, right, where somebody was saying that they were talking about this channel. It's like, oh, it's a feeder like to a cult or something. Like 5 people sent me this, right? You know what I say? Y'all mute for me real quick. Just got a little feedback. You know what I say that like let's say an Orthodox Christian won't say is that I don't give a fuck about what sin it is. I'm not demonizing this one over that one. Stop doing this shit. Right? And if I'm doing something, hold me so I don't do this shit as much as I can help it. Right? Because you can't keep asking for grace. All this, being gay, nigga, eating pork just as bad to me. I don't give a fuck. And I'd rather you hang with me so we can help you get through it than cast you aside and you got to face it by yourself. Right? But people will just say anything because they see you doing something that people appreciate. Or it got to be something. It got to be, like you said, Sherelle, something ain't right. You feel me? Illuminati. Or like it's just like, damn, I can't just grind it out. I can't just put in work. Like if you take Hove as an example, when did Reasonable Doubt go platinum? 5 years after it was released? When Hove hit, what was he, 27, 28? But it got to be tied to something. It can't just be hard work for a nigga. Let me do this, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I got my brothers. Mike Brown with the 2000s. We need her name. Nas, what up, my boy? Salute to Mike, too. Integrity is being overridden by amoral and dirty business. Using your quote-unquote victimhood as a come-up makes you an opportunist, not a true victim. That's a fact, though. Nas, what does I say? $2 says it's all a power play. right? And we'll get more facts and shit like that, you know. So I just, we'll see. Hey, Luzon, just hit the link. You know what I'm saying? Like, just hit the link. Saying foolish stuff. So let me do this. I'm gonna get CJ. I'm gonna get Mr. Williams, CJ, and then Joseph. We're gonna run it down, all right? You heard me, Joseph? Okay. Mr. Williams, what's popping?
What's good, y'all? Panel chat. How's everybody doing?
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot to unwrap, man. The advice that you given, though, you on the right path. And a lot of things, especially when it comes to the sports shit, people don't understand that they are out there. And they really need to be mindful of when they don't mention the fact when they do unofficial visits with these young guys. Those unofficial visits can be very dangerous. And they need to have adult supervision with them. They need to have family when they're doing that, especially if you can be a great prospect. I think we don't hit people up on that at times.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you though, I ain't gonna hold you. The visits and the unofficial. Listen, we used to get, so depending on what your role was, right? Depending on if you were good or bad, if you had influence, coaches put you with the team.
Yeah.
And you know what? We make sure they have fun.
Yeah.
Like
a lot of fun.
But we keep, like, they be saucy, but we say, all right, let's get them back to the room. Let's do this. Like, he ain't getting no cheeks that night. That's one rule we always say. He ain't getting no cheeks. But he gonna have the time of his life, though. You know what I'm saying? But we know he can't go to the room with it. He already, right. They be 18, though. They be old enough, but you like, all right, you got to stop him there. We drag him to the room. He like, yo, I'm definitely coming here. Then he start throwing up and shit. Yeah. So like, it's a part of it, right? You show him the culture. But we had and I was usually allocated just because I had some sense. Like I ain't start drinking till a little bit later, so I was always kind of, So it just, but yeah, man, it's a lot though. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, it is.
Damn. CJ. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Go ahead, CJ. What you think?
So, man. I'll start from the beginning. Women don't really give a fuck, bro. They lie easily as fuck. Say they'll lie about something they just said. They say they didn't say something that we clearly heard them say. They'll say you said something that you didn't say. It's crazy how much women lie. And they say, and then we had this movement called Believe All Women, knowing that women lie at the fucking drop of a dime. This shit is crazy. It's low-key insane. And the one more point I had a couple points, but I'll just leave it to 2 right now. And that's why they talk so long. Women talk forever, a long ass time, and it's to confuse us. So we don't remember half the shit they say, so they can lie and say they didn't say what they said or say some shit. And then they not and the lady, I don't think they targeting these people on purpose. Like the woman that sent her brother to crash out. Like they not charging these women on purpose, so they can keep doing it to the men in their lives. So like they know that men will always be crash out dummies as long as you find a woman how to send them. A woman like that keeps getting men to go crash out, keep putting men in the system. So that's one part of it for me. So that's why I think they're not charging women involved in it. Because they know they're going to keep repeating the same shit. They don't keep repeating it. So I don't know.
Yeah, I understand the sentiment, right? And these stories just, popped in my head, right? But the truth, why tell the truth and a lie more entertaining is bigger than that. What do you think about what we see on a consistent daily basis? Like the one thing that it gives me a headache is like let's use the don't date single mothers, right? But everybody dating single mothers, nigga.
But that's just advice given. Feel me?
No, but what I'm saying is it's not being said in a way in which it's transparent, right? And then the reason why these people can do it is because they're special.
You
Right?
know, that you said that because my last point was the talking points thing.
Go ahead.
And it was, you have to stop putting all the talking points in one category. It's kind of like your space theory. Feel me? Now the talking points have a negative connotation, and it's like, how come we don't call women's women's nature is nurturing? How come we don't call that a talking point? Or we don't call being a provider and protector a talking point? We only call certain shit talking points, and then we put a negative connotation on it.
Provider and protector is a talking point. I've already said that.
Okay.
The majority of people live paycheck to paycheck, beloved. The majority of people can't go a month without working. The majority of people go 50-50. Everybody pay bills. And the majority of people won't kill nothing and let nothing die. The majority of us is overweight and fat. The majority of us don't know how to throw hands. The majority of us don't know how to hunt. Can't change oil. Can't change a tire. Provision and protection.
I don't know about the majority. How you get this? Where you get the majority of this?
It's a fact though. But you know, I don't lay in the middle, right? Here's the thing. Motherfucker come to my house, CJ, right? I got burners. I go to the range. I go to this one place you be skeet, like, you know what I'm saying? Like the whole 9 yards. I've been learning how to do hunting shit and all that. And I'm physical, right? And I've been physical enough times where I know I say I can get decently physical. Like if somebody want to beat me up, you're gonna have to. It's gonna be hard. You might. You're gonna have to fight, right? But you know what I'm gonna do? If a nigga's breaking my house, stay upstairs in my drawers, scared, and call the police and yell down the stairs. And I'm gonna have a burner down the stairs, like, yo, don't come up these stairs. And you know what I'm gonna be? Praying they don't come up the stairs.
I'm gonna be.
But niggas always act like, oh, I'm going down. I'm like, it's
like, I agree with you, but the women are sending us as cash out dummies. Feel me? And they just red page. Well,
wait. What? Don't go there yet. Stay right here, right? I'm just telling you that I know it's a talking point because the majority of us ain't prepared to even protect nothing, and then most of us don't provide because we share, right? We share responsibilities in terms of money, right, and spending in our household.
Yeah, but my whole thing with that is we shouldn't group it all as talking points and then say, hey, let's just, like, it's like throwing away the whole thing instead of how you say the saying, the bath without the bathwater, whatever, the baby without the bathwater, whatever.
Yeah.
So, like, we got to start doing it individual, like you just did. This protect your provider one. It's you got to look into it. What's the nuance in it? Instead of saying these are all just talking points, let's just throw them away. Because I don't think that's
100%. I'm just saying that the truth should be within the talking point, right? I'm not gonna perpetuate a talking point that I also can't exude. You see, that's when it makes it disingenuous.
But
think about it, CJ. People speak on jail and everything has never been locked up, but they got all the knowledge about what's going on in jail.
I gotta think about that one. But can I say my last point?
Yeah, go ahead.
This might be the most important.
Go ahead.
Women have taught us what to be offended by. So if you recall that episode with Alex, she was telling us, hey, why aren't the Mexicans offended by Trump saying Puerto Rico was a floating shithole, whatever? And it's like, because they don't want to be. Like, you can't tell me what to be offended by. Why are you telling me? Why are people telling me, walking by me? Like, it's like white people telling me, hey, black guy, those black people are doing some shit. Aren't you offended? And I'm like, nah. They like, why aren't you though? You should be. It's like just the weirdest shit that women get to tell us what to be offended by, then send us to crash out over the shit they offended by and taught us what. It's some crazy circular shit, bro. So that's really interesting right now to me, that we've been taught what to be offended by.
But that are you like in terms of the Travis Rudolph? Okay, I mean okay. So let me ask you a question. You with a woman that you love, right?
Right.
You walk in the crib, somebody blowing her back out.
Oh my goodness.
What you doing?
I can't. I don't know what I'm a trip. Feel me? I don't know if I don't know, bro. I
You
don't
gonna get
know.
busy?
I might leave it alone. Like, fuck that bitch. She wasn't for me. Feel me? I might get it depends on how much I love her, how much I really
I
want
know.
to be with her. Feel me? How much that
But
shit hurted me.
you know what that is? A talking point, my nigga. If you walk in the room, I told you you love her. There's no way you walking out that room. I'm fighting naked niggas, bro. But why you saying that? You know you ain't walking out the room.
I gotta think about it. I don't know, bro. This shit hurt.
Wait a minute. So you mean to tell me, as tough as you are and all the shit you talk,
I use my brain a lot, bro.
If you see somebody in your woman, I'm going jail. I already know where I'm going.
That's the thing. So look. So wait. So my sister said I was smart as fuck, right? And they know that you can't just call me and say, "Hey, he tripping on me." You got to give me the details. I might want to talk to him, see what happened, and I'm gonna figure that shit out before I go crash up anybody. So
I feel that, but I'm saying your woman, you not you ain't do nothing.
But you're not calling me just on some. Hey, he hit me.
We didn't say that. We didn't say that. But we didn't say that. The hypothetical is clear.
I'm gonna correlate it back. I use my brain more than I think. Like, oh, physical things, like just being physical is gonna get me out of altercation. So you have to start thinking about shit more. And I think women have gotten us to not think about shit. They've gotten us to be, oh, if we think we're offended by something, that's crash. It's just weird.
No, I'm just saying. See, this is the perfect example of a talking point that goes to shit. You walk in on a woman that you love. I ain't say nothing about no other shit, right? You see a thing. Niggas gotta, unless you just don't got that, like, it don't even make niggas. It don't even make sense. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Now, if you, yeah, fine. All I'm saying is, niggas gonna shake the room. The niggas I know, and you know what you can't call them niggas in real life, a simp or a bit, because somebody gonna. So all I'm saying is, niggas gonna shake the room. I ain't even saying who you gonna shake. I ain't even saying. Well, I did say I'm fighting naked niggas, but they both naked. They both niggas. So you don't even know who getting thrown around that room.
I'm saying, man.
But
what I'm nah, you more right than wrong.
I'm just gonna be real about it. I'm going to jail because I'm gonna try killing you.
No, you more right than wrong, man. You more right than wrong.
But I'll tell you, my sisters is gonna get busy. My cousins is gonna get busy on her. I'm telling you.
I don't got much time to call nobody. All I'm saying is, you agree. All I'm saying is, let's be logical.
But that's not niggas ain't just saying, hey, you see your girl getting busy, you just gonna walk away.
Then you a coward. That's how I look at it. You a coward. You not a man.
Hold on, Miss Wayne. Go ahead, CJ.
Like I'll give you the don't date the single mothers when niggas is doing that left and right. Feel me? I'll give you that one.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm not saying niggas ain't gonna process the information, whatever they can, right? You know, and see now this, right? So Steve think, and I'll just address this real quick. Yeah, people don't know what they're doing, right? They're not trained, right? People are generally civil. The majority of people are passive. So what you're trying to do is conflate two totally different things. I'm saying you walk in on a scene that is incendiary, and I'm being diplomatic. That is hurtful. A nigga be sad, mad, angry, all in one breath.
Right, bro.
And if you walk in, guess who house it is? Smarty Pants in the chat. But let's leave all that out, because I said niggas can't fight and niggas is fat. I'm saying when you in that situation, niggas need to stop acting like I'm just gonna walk out because it's his turn and not mine. Nigga, it's my house, it's my rule, it's my everything. But yo,
yeah, I'm probably spazzing out.
Vince stupid. That's all I'm saying. Like, and now are we saying it's the right move? Is it the most intelligent move? Nah, niggas ain't even saying that. We just saying what how you giving it up in that situation if we keep it a buck.
Nah, you right.
That's all. Like we think we trying to say nigga be split. Come on, bro. Nigga, if I walk in the crib, if I walk up to a club,
nigga.
Oh, yeah, I'm going crazy. But if I walk up, if I go to the club and CJ getting his ass whooped with the cop standing there, right? Guess what? We probably gonna go to jail. Is the intelligent thing to walk off and let him get his ass and let him go? Yes, it is 100%. But that don't even make sense to me. Like, so I don't know, man. You know, I just thinking of this.
We homies, we family, we going.
Niggas told me, look how crazy this one is. Hey, Joe, let me ask you a question. Let me ask y'all a question. Damn. Oh, hold on, y'all. Hold on, let me ask y'all a question. This is the question. Let me get this. I'll be right back.
Joe, you want to go ahead?
What's up, Sherelle?
I think Joseph is next, big Joe.
What's good, Joseph? Go ahead, Joseph.
Your shit, wait, you too mute, you too low. We can't hear you. You too low, bro. Joseph, we can't hear you.
Low, Joseph. Up your mic.
We can't hear you.
Up your mic.
You gotta turn it up.
Can you hear me now?
All right, this part. Let me ask y'all a question, right?
Now we can hear you though. But...
Let me ask y'all a question. Let me ask you a question, Joe.
Joe.
Well, this is a question. Well, this is a question I asked the guys, right? Because they were talking about sticks and stones break your bones, but words never hurt, right?
Mm-hmm.
What you think about that phrase?
Words do hurt. Words do hurt. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's
Hold on, Joe. Don't expound on it. CJ, you saying they don't? You on mute?
They hurt, but we gotta stop letting words control us so much.
So,
like,
you saying you rather get punched?
I'd rather get. I know. Then you're gonna ask the question if my girl said, I know. I heard the question.
So when you answer the question, and this is what I'm saying about the honesty portion. So niggas say, "Oh, I'd rather get punched." So I said, "Okay." Would you rather have your girl tell you the last nigga she was with had better dick than you, or get punched in the face by Mike Tyson?
I'd rather probably tell me, nigga, what if that nigga break my jaw? I'm telling bitch, tell me. I don't give a fuck about that nigga.
Nah, see, and that's the problem, right? If niggas just answer the question, niggas like, yo, just punch me in my shit. I could put ice on my shit and be done with it.
Nah, let my bitch tell me that stupid ass story. It's gonna hurt a little bit, and bitch, I don't care. You had a lot of dick, bitch. Oh my God.
The psychological damage of that shit.
No, nigga, the psychological damage of getting punched in the face by Mike, a straight punch to the face, no moving, nigga. You might not live.
Oh my God! I would take the punch.
Might break your fucking jaw.
Who cares, nigga? I know, nigga. I'll be on my Kanye West shit.
You'll be sipping from a straw. Fucking no.
So what, nigga? That straw shit gonna end.
I just need a bitch. The bitch, you feel me? Are you still here? So my dick is getting up.
And this is what happens to the credibility. The credibility is crazy. The credibility of the talking points over and over, because we have to be honest, right? Psychological trauma lasts way longer.
Mm-hmm.
It lasts way longer than physical trauma.
It's gonna always be in the back of your mind.
Yeah, people are saying based on how they're raised, right? This is how they act because of what's instilled in them psychologically.
Would you rather your dad beat the shit out of you every day, or your dad to say you ain't shit every day?
Beat the shit out of me every day.
I don't know, bro.
Wait, is Sis here? Sis, I used to get a whooping every day. No cap.
But beat the shit out of you, feel me? Like scars on your back.
I got race car track. what the fuck is it? Extension cord, belt,
the thing,
hanger, broom.
That abuse can cause psychological damage. Though. That abuse can cause psychological damage.
I know, but I don't got a lot of athletic gifts, right? I'm not the best looking dude, all that shit. But guess what? I'm tough, nigga. That's one thing I do know. That's the one thing. I can get beat up. I ain't work. You know, it is what it is. I ain't scared to lose a fight, but I'm tough. That's one thing I say. And shout out to my dad. Feel me? So, but yo, I used to get a spank every day, bro. Like every day. But if my father, listen to this. Let me just say this last thing. My father came to every football game ever. The game I remember all the games, maybe. The game I remember most, the one he didn't come to. I had 20 tackles in this game, bro. That's a lot for people who don't play football.
All right, now imagine this. You never got your ass whipped. And one time you did get your ass whipped. Don't people remember that ass whipping more than anything, too? Like, you never got your ass whipped before after a game. And then one game he did whip your ass because you didn't do something he didn't like. You don't remember that, too, just as much as that first example you gave.
No, bro.
Like, man, that game.
His presence at the game, right? I'm making plays. See, that's the thing. You probably never had a moment like this. 20 tackles is a lot, bro. Like it's a lot. And let me context. 20 solo tackles, meaning nobody else was helping me. They only ran 45 plays. I probably made 50% of the time. I'm going off, bro. Going off. No cap. Right? I'm a kid. This is high school. So I swear to God. And I kept looking. I couldn't hear him yelling, giving me bad instruction. Go, nigga, shoot, blitz. I'm like, it's 3rd and 20. I gotta cover the running back. I don't give a fuck. Blitz anyway. That don't make no. But and he'll be yelling shit, and I'll be like this, going to the crowd, like waving the crowd, like, yo, be quiet, right? But that time he wasn't there, I'm steady looking, steady listening, and I'm balling, but I'm in my head though.
I feel you. But what if he would have beat your ass after that amazing game?
Nigga, you keep saying, what if this is a real story, nigga? If your aunt had a dick, she'd be your uncle.
I gotta get an example, motherfucker, to make it. I got no examples of motherfuckers like it. I think
Jay Miller, I played linebacker in high school, you asshole. That's funny as hell.
That's some crazy shit.
That was getting beat.
I'll joke on. I don't know. I think physical abuse. I mean,
but just slow it down.
Psychological abuse, I agree with you.
But just slow it down, CJ. What I'm saying is, we conversing about these things that are really real, B. You get punched in the face all the time. Your eyes don't water no more. You notice that? When niggas throw 1-2s, do you even blink?
Nah, I get hit all the time.
That's what I'm saying. Your body can respond and heal, but your brain can't.
Nope.
Your brain literally does not heal.
Right.
When Big Chug was born, he was without oxygen for 2 minutes, right? Because he got choked out essentially. All I'm thinking is, yo, son fucked up, right? They had to cool him down to a hypothermic state because that protects your brain. And they gave him MRIs and CAT scans, right? Because they just looking, and the doctor's like, sir, I don't know how to tell you this, but there's nothing wrong with his brain. She couldn't believe it. She wanted to do a case study because 2 minutes is too long. Right, his heart stopped. He died basically. Shout out to Big Chug. You know, and she couldn't believe it. They had to do it over and over. They had 3 doctors look at it. There was a small stroke on the left side of his brain. Right, they missed it 3 times. That's how small it was. But she's like, to be fair, we don't give kids CAT scans. So being birthed is traumatic anyway. So if you CAT scan kids, she said, you probably find strokes in a bunch of kids. But they just don't get it because they missed it 3 times. You know, but the brain doesn't heal, bro. It doesn't heal. Oh, bro, Big Chug is my kid. He good now. Nigga old now.
Go ahead, Big Chug. Go ahead, Joseph.
Ham, can you do me a favor? Can you drop the link, man? Because I'm gonna get on the other phone. I'm gonna get on this phone and put the iPhone away.
All right.
Yeah, my bad. My contraband phone. I'm gonna have a phone in the halfway house, idiot. Whoever said that in the chat.
Leave. Don't pay attention to the chat because I'm about to run it down.
I'm
like
in
you
a
said.
halfway house. I'm in a hotel, dumbass. Thank you.
So But so I gotta think about that. Feel me? I think they both are bad. Feel me? I think they both are bad. But
Yeah, man. It's real, man.
yeah.
Before Ghost will come back, man. Dre, what's popping, man?
What's going on? Thanks for having me. Yeah, but the answer to your question, the topic is the answer is in the question. Why tell the truth when the lie is more entertaining? Well, there you go. The lie is more entertaining. I know none of you pay attention to this shit because you're you. But there's a big thing going on in the veteran community right now, and not just veteran, it's affecting the military as a whole now with Tim Kennedy. If you guys don't know who that is, Tim Kennedy is a guy who's
shit.
Tim Kennedy. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, Tim Kennedy is a Green Beret. First, because number one, Green Berets don't write books. Number two, we don't talk. We take the whole quiet professional thing very seriously. Anyway, he made up a bunch of fucking lies, obvious lies to people who've been there about his service, and things he claimed to have done while in Afghanistan. And the second you hear it, you're like, no, you didn't. No, you didn't. So now it's so bad, but he did that because the truth about what happened to him is not as interesting as that book he wrote. And now he's made millions of dollars off of a lie. What makes it worse is he brought people in. He's naming names of people who were there, but they died in service, in combat. That's what makes it egregious. But I mean, it sounds like he's writing a movie as opposed to telling the truth. And it's more entertaining than what actually happened. Same thing with March of the Trail. If you ever seen that movie Lone Survivor, almost 100% bullshit. And they say it's based on a true story. It's not. The Navy wrote that book, not even Marcus the Trail.
Yeah,
the
he was in the movie.
Huh?
He was in the movie.
Who, Marcus the Trail?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the truth of the matter is when shit kicked off, he dropped his weapon and ran. And that's how he ended up in that Afghan village. It took the Rangers and Green Berets to come save him.
Yeah.
It turns out he was a coward and he bitched out in combat. It happens. But the Navy saw it as an opportunity to bolster recruitment. And so they made up a story. They wrote a book for him. He didn't even know this is going on. Almost as soon as he got out of the hospital, they went and got him. He was in the child hall. They went and got him. Said, "Hey, this is what's going on. Here's your coaches for media and shit like that. This is your publishing company." They gave him all the things you need. Because that story there was more interesting than him running and leaving his teammates on the mountain to die. And he made millions of dollars off of it. Same thing can be said about the topic of dating and relationships. People have this conversation every day. And they've been doing it for years and gotten nowhere. Because it's a bunch of lies and bullshit. You get in a relationship, you ain't doing none of the shit you up here talking.
Like what?
Well, I'm going to tell my wife what to do and she's going to do it. What if she don't feel like it? Well, then I'm going to do this and that. No, you're not. You ain't. No, you're not. You're not. So, I mean, people lie to themselves because that's more interesting. They like to imagine, like you say, you go to the range, so do I. I teach marksmanship. I teach people how to fire firearms. I teach them what kind of ammo to use. Everyday carry, rifles, pistols, the whole nine. I got a class coming up in April. That's gonna be my first class of 2025 in April. It's gonna be down there in Tampa. So I mean, if y'all interested, I mean, when we get the link set up, I can send y'all the link. Y'all can pay and come to the class if you like. It ain't gonna be cheap, but you're gonna leave there with knowledge and experience you ain't gonna get nowhere else, unless you pay another person like me to give it to you. But people like to pretend like they can shoot. But the thing is, you've seen people at ranges and you've seen people who talk. They go out and buy stupid, cheap ball ammo and use it in a short barrel micro or macro firearm, handgun. And it's just like you said, they'll be firing at the target. Their hands ain't moving. They're steady and sturdy, but the rounds are everywhere. They haven't learned how to use a firearm.
Yeah, that was just more so where for her. Yeah, well, first, yes, that's true. But I was more so making that point in terms of her thinking that he can have his shoot his shit up and not shoot no kids, or not shoot anybody in the house potentially.
Exactly. She's not dealing with professionals, and she was vague on her instruction.
Well, it was just ridiculous, right? To lie
Yeah,
to
it
that
is.
extent, like you said, the books, the things that we see, based on the true story, it's literally loosely based on anything but the truth,
Basically,
right?
yeah. Exactly.
They use the names and maybe the image and likeness, but other than that, the stuff is just all over the
Yeah.
place, right?
Like I said, lone survivor. For some people to, don't believe that shit.
Yeah, lone
The
survivor.
truth is terrible. Hold on,
Let me do
someone's
that.
at the door. Be right back.
So Joe, yeah, no, 100%, man. It just permeates, man. So Joseph, man, what made you want to click the link?
Ooh, man, it's about to go down, bro. It's not events that disturb people, it's the judgments concerning them. And some pains have the potential to make us stronger, and some pleasures to harm us. I really wanted to talk about the whole sexual assault thing, and how what's going on right now, it elicits strong emotions out of people. So people already have these preconceived judgments based on how society views men. You know what I'm saying? Our manhood has been reduced to either being providers or protectors. You know what I'm saying? Providers, protectors, or predators. And when you put somebody that's a human being in a category like that, what you're doing is you're actually reducing what they really are, which is a man or a human being, so to speak. So when Hamp was talking about the Jay-Z and Diddy situation, what happens is, you have something which a lot of women don't agree, but it's fine. Is a thing called privilege. And Charlemagne the God basically had a quote that I actually wrote down years ago, and he said that, privilege is not knowing that you're hurting other people and not listening when they tell you that you are. Now, women have the carte blanche and the wherewithal to basically say that a man raped them, groped them, did something to them, hurt them in any kind of way. And based on the provisions of the Me Too movement and the Time's Up, the courts have now deemed it necessary to either extend the statute of limitations in some jurisdictions, or erase it altogether. So there is actually no statute of limitations anymore for sexual assault. Sexual assault is one of those things that's under an umbrella that can mean many of things. There's a litany of things that can mean sexual assault. If you're talking to a woman and she feels uncomfortable, boom, sexual assault. If you stare at a woman too long, that's sexual assault. If you say something sexual in nature based on the setting, and based on the severity of it, it can deem sexual assault.
Okay. So Joseph, would you like to? Well, after you finish adding your context, like you mentioned, do you want to give your anecdotal experience? In terms of experience with going through those things and what you deem that goes with the topic itself. I know you were also mentioning, like when I was talking about being locked, like I know you probably lost what, 20 pounds?
30 pounds. And I lost 10 my last bid.
And that's over the course of what? Was it 6 months?
7 months and 7 months, 4 months and 53 days. That's 3 different bids.
Yeah.
I have too many enemies up here, so no, I'm not. You know what I'm saying? And people will love to,
No, I was just because when you had text me, but no, it's all good. But go ahead.
Yeah. I wanted you to know that, but what happens is that when it comes to the courts and dealing with things like this, they have something that's called vouching. They always give the accuser the benefit of the doubt, and for the most part, they don't reduce them to he say she says no more. They automatically give you the presumption of guilt. See, when it comes to something like this, there's no innocence at all. You know what I'm saying? There's only varying degrees of guilt. And for the most part, I believe and understand that there should be a punishment for women who actually go out and basically accuse men of doing some of the most heinous things that I've ever heard in my life. You know what I'm saying? Like, and most of the time, that's not even the case. Like, for example, did you know that Brett Kavanaugh, the Supreme Court justice, when he got accused of something that he did when he was in college, because of the statute of limitations being lifted on sexual assault, you had this woman that can come back 50 years later and say something that happened, and then even when she got caught in many lies and they damn near threw the case out, she still ended up benefiting from it. You tried to ruin this man's family. You tried to ruin this man's career. You know what I'm saying? Like, his daughters were being teased. They had to go to therapy, all because you felt compelled to do so. If you ever watched the movie Jurassic Park, Ian Malcolm had a quote that said, "Yeah, just because you could doesn't mean that you should." We have Usher. Remember the woman that came out and said that he gave her herpes? Turns out he never had sex with her. But what happened? She still came up off of it. Remember O.J. Simpson, where a lot of these laws have come from. And that's something that I had wrote down earlier. Do you know the reason why domestic violence is such a big thing nowadays is because of O.J.? You ever heard of something called the Duluth model? It says that the Duluth model has centered on the program's sexist insistence that men are perpetrators who are violent because they have been socialized in a patriarchy that condones male violence, and that women are victims who are only violent when it comes to self-defense. Now, it says the extremely controversial response protocol for intimate partner violence, IPV, IEDV, that aims to bring police, family law, and social work agencies together in a coordinated community response to existing or potential threats against women, often at the expense of male victims, in due process for falsely accused males. Let that sink in for a minute. Remember, we're talking about privilege here. So I can use my example. I was accused of rape. By some I didn't even do it. All the evidence pointed to my innocence. But because of the corrupt justice system and the collusion and the vouching that I was talking about, yeah, I call her back. My life is forever ruined. And nobody believed it. Nobody believed me. And that's it. Even though I pled down to a misdemeanor, my life is ruined.
What plea did you take?
Fourth degree sexual assault, misdemeanor. 5 years probation for something I didn't even do.
So one of the questions that follows is what made you not take it to trial?
Because of people's response to it. People always demonize men just because of presumption of being something that they never were. You know, we hear the predator term a lot. We hear the ruffian, the thug. We hear all of these things about ourselves, right? And you know, the people who we rub shoulders with are the ones who's supposed to protect us from that kind of narrative, right? Or even stave it off. You know what I'm saying? But there's nothing that men could do to stave something like this off. The worst thing that you can be considered in society is a liar, a thief, a rapist, or a snitch. And I don't care what people say. I know what didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? But and honestly, this is the reason why I don't fuck with females, because they can say anything and it's never taken with a grain of salt. It's always overblown.
So, Joe, can I ask you a tough question?
What's up, man?
Now, what do you think when they use history against you?
They didn't use my history against me. They actually said that I was a good candidate. They said I was a great candidate to be reintegrated back in society based on my military background, my education, my volunteer work, the job that I have now, the money I make, and my lack of criminal record.
Okay, so they didn't use. So now the prosecution didn't try to balloon the charge you had previously.
No, that didn't even come up.
But you know they know it though.
That it didn't even come up. It never came up. Even when I talked to PSI, they didn't bring that up. I finished that probation and I did the anger management. It got reduced to a misdemeanor, so they don't even bring it up anymore.
Tell them what PSI is.
Pre-sentence investigation.
Because that would normally come up in a pre-sentencing investigation. They say this person has a history of X, but you're saying that they didn't leverage it against you. They gave you like rehabilitative effort, like
it didn't come up. And you'll talk about words hurt. This is the reason why I go off, because people come up here and they try to build their platforms, or they try, you know what I'm saying? Their life is so shitty that they got to talk about me to feel better about themselves, talk about all of the shit that they think I did, which I didn't do. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, for the most part, I'll let them have it because I can't touch them. But, you know what I'm saying? Like, for the most part, the shit is fucked up. And for the most part, we're supposed to be black.
Well, Joseph, can I ask you another tough question?
What's up, man?
When they hear about the story regarding your grandma, and then
it's irrelevant. I was 11 years old when it happened. I was 11 and I was being abused. I was 11 years old, not 33, not 40 years old. I was 11 years old. I was a fucking child. Y'all never did anything when y'all were kids?
Do you think do you agree, Joseph, that the mental trauma is worse than the physical, or no?
It's always mental. This thing, I box, so I've endured physical pain.
Yeah.
I got cuts on my eyebrow. Yeah. At one point, I was pissing blood. So let
me frame it, and then you can give us a soliloquy. But do things just start, or do they have an origin?
Everything has an origin.
And so if your grandma perhaps was the origin, along with, I know you spoke about your mother as well, do you think that's the catalyst of the reason why you may feel how you feel regarding women? Do you think it started there?
for the most part, we talked about this already, but yeah, everything has a beginning. Everything is a root. Usually, you know, for all of these so-called psychology majors that come up on these panels and stay in the back chat, everybody always talks about the psychologists always highlight the root of a problem. You know what I'm saying? Even if you go to Alcoholics Anonymous, they talk about the root. The first step into getting better is acknowledging that you have a problem. Right? So of course, everything does have a beginning. The ending is the struggle. The ending is because some of these things you can never stave off or get over.
Okay, 100%. So if we just fast forward back up to where we are, we understand that everything has its origin, and you have a level of disdain for women because of what you've experienced. Do you think that they had anything circumstantial is the reason why you didn't fight it?
I'm in Michigan. Michigan is a racist state. It's also a very feminist state.
Okay.
Basically,
wait, Michigan? So Michigan is normally blue, right?
No, Michigan.
Sorry,
Michigan,
like voting for the president.
As far as well, the biggest population in Michigan is the urban areas like Detroit, Grand Rapids, Kalamazoo, you know what I'm saying, Wayne County. And most of the people in that county vote blue. So the further north that you go, anywhere that you go flat past Flint is nothing but red areas, but there's less people there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's Michigan has turned from blue to red.
Okay.
But a lot of the judges and a lot of the prosecutors, and particularly, there's a big distinction between Oakland County and Wayne County. See, there's a lot of redlining here, and there's a lot of racism up here, and the policies and the procedures that they have. Oakland County has one of the biggest police forces in America, right? And the head sheriff here was a politician at one point. So a lot of his policies are very draconian and racist in nature. And what was going on in this county is they're trying to keep people from Wayne County from coming up to Oakland County. Oakland County Jail is the biggest moneymaker in Oakland County. That's the reason why I think it's in the top 5 richest counties in the country. And there's nothing but black people in there. Or white trash. They don't want white trash or black people in Oakland County no more.
Okay. And that's where you caught this case?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just looking at Michigan because it's been recently, except for 2016, it's been blue. But from 92 up to 20 for the presidential elections, it's been blue. Only 2016 it was red. But the years before that it was red, so I guess you can qualify. Okay, so you're saying that you were overmatched where you were. Did you have a public defender?
I had a public defender at first. They kept dragging it out. They had me jumping through hoops. The judge had me traveling back and forth to Michigan. They strapped a monitor on me, made me pay $280 a month, kept having me coming back and forth. They couldn't find no evidence. The testimony was all over the place. It's like every time I went back there, we have to delay. Then it got delayed 90 days. Then they wanted me to take a fucking polygraph that I passed. And then before you know it, they're coming to get me from work to take me back out there. And then they deny my bond. I had to sit for another 4 months. Then I plead out. They put me on probation. I go back to fucking Jersey. And then they tell me I'm not supposed to be there. They bring me back to Michigan. And that's been another 53 days in there. They just been running me, dude, like for no reason.
Yeah. The polygraph wouldn't be inadmissible. It would be inadmissible.
They had me doing all of this shit. Me and Carol paid them their $25,000 for 3 lawyers. I fired 2 of them, and the one that I have now got me out. The week after I hired him, he got me out because he even said this was bullshit.
So, what is your advice If you had to give some.
I don't have any advice because I can't tell them. I can't tell dudes what to do. Dudes are still going to simp. Dudes are still going to be out here chasing pussy. Dudes are still going to be spending up all of their money, you know. And right now, when there can be no love, there can be no woman. A lot of women lack love nowadays. You know what I'm saying? So they'll do anything to hurt you just so they can have somebody to feel the pain that they endured. This is the reason why women always say that. Well, I'm not going to say all women, but stupid women that I experience here on these panels and in this chat that say that, you know, men are matching our energy. Since the beginning of time, they've been saying that women have been inferior to men. So if we're matching your energy, that means that we're reducing ourselves to your level. And you know what they say about reducing yourself? They'll beat you with experience if that happens. So my suggestion is just honestly stay away from women nowadays. Stay away from women, bro. Because honestly, even they don't mean us any well. They don't mean us well. The same woman that says that they're all about empowerment and black this and black that will put you in jail and gloat about it. The same woman that would divorce you and break up your fucking family, you know what I'm saying, to put your child in a precarious position to make their children feel like they're either a burden or a bill. These are the same women that we dealing with, the same woman that will put a grape charge on you just because you wouldn't have sex with her. This is the kind of woman that we dealing with right now. The same woman that will fucking kill you, slit your throat just because you said something they didn't like. And I'm not talking about slitting your throat literally. I'm talking about figuratively, financially, lawfully. The debauchery and the chicanery knows no bounds with these women. And the fucked up part about it is the law is giving them the excuse to do it. These platforms are giving them an excuse to do it. But I'm the fucking bad guy because I'm pointing it out. I heard a woman say that my father was a bad parent because he wouldn't allow me to be a whore. And we listening to these kind of women thinking that's fucking empowerment? Come on, man.
Go ahead, CJ.
Nah, Joseph is spitting the truth right now. So we just women have no standards. I don't want to take it. I'll wait. I don't want to interrupt this.
He done right now.
My life is fucking ruined. I'm on the registry for life, bro. My life is ruined. It doesn't even matter how much money I got. I can't even do the same shit I was doing before all of this happened. And y'all motherfuckers think this shit can't happen to y'all? Fantastic, fatty.
The one. So, can I ask you a difficult question? Joseph?
Okay, go ahead, bro. Ask somebody else, man.
All right, I'll ask somebody else. Go ahead, CJ.
Oh, about the physical and the mental, which one hurts more? So somebody said, you care about when people that you care about say something to you, that hurts. But random people, I think that's what the saying was more meant for. Like sticks and stones may hurt your bones or whatever. The words will never hurt. It's for random strangers. It's like Nick, if people in the streets say a word to you, who gives a fuck? But I agree with you that the mental anguish that your family could put on you would hurt. So I agree with that one. So I don't know if that go back that far or not.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, I wish it was that simple. But I think the issue is we speak in platitudes. So it's very platitudinal, like, oh, I don't know you, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt. You can't hurt me. Like the platitudes don't actually help anybody because the platitude means you're already here. Right? People are starting here, but we speak to them in platitudes. Just go work out. Don't worry about what they say about you. Just eat better. Just get your money up. Those are all platitudes, but there's no path to get there. So it sounds great, but what's really going on around people?
Hey, yo, let me speak on this real quick, bro.
What's popping?
What's happening, man? I just wanted to bring another side to it, man. Hey, but first I just want to say, man, my condolences to you, Joseph, man. That shit fucked up, bro. I felt everything you were saying. So I hope you don't take nothing to heart to what I'm about to say now, because I totally agree with you. I ain't got nothing to say against what you said, because I know dudes that be in your position. But there is another side to this. It's crazy that you brought this subject up, man, because I was talking to a female family member of mine about 2-3 days ago, and she admitted something to me. You feel me? She admitted something happened to her too, by one of our family members, right? And we had a whole long ass discussion about it. And I was like, man, why you ain't tell Unc? Why you ain't tell your dad? Why you ain't tell none of these other people? You feel me? Because my mind started going to where Joseph were coming from. Like, man, these motherfuckers be lying. You feel me? And just be either trying to get sympathy or some other shit. In some cases, do be like that. But look, what she said to me was the realest shit. And I know a lot of females sympathize with this. She was like, man, my daddies would have killed that nigga. You feel me? And she was like, if they had killed him, I wouldn't have my uncle and my daddy no more. I know for she said my first name. I ain't gonna say my first name on her. She was like, I know this for a fact, 100%. You feel me? So a lot of these females be taking a lot of shit on the chin and don't be saying nothing because they know who their family members are. I'm pretty sure your daughters know who you is, man. You feel me? And my daughters know who I am. So it's like when they don't say nothing, and then when they do say something, they look at it as a damned if you do, damned if you don't type of situation. Some of them, not all of them. I know you don't like some, but I'm gonna say the least. Then.
Yo, no, I second. Like, just, and then you can finish. I just want to add this in before I forget. Right. Essentially, I want my wife to always be loyal. Right, no matter what. I think men can agree. Honest. She gotta calculate. Right. So if somebody does something to her, let's say there's a gas station down the street, the gas station attendant is an asshole to her, she probably don't need to come home and be like, babe, this nigga, right? Because now I got to go to the gas station. And I ain't saying I'm going to pull him out the booth, but I'm going to say, hey, you see this truck, mind your manners, right? It could be something little, like, So I'm just like, or if niggas is hitting on her at the bar, hey, how was brunch? It was cool, me and the ladies had fun. Niggas always trying to back. If you're a chick worth something, niggas always going at her. Feel me? Babe, as soon as he walked up, I walked right away. Come on, my nigga. Niggas be talking. Oh, it's nice, but I'm married. Like, let's be honest. So I'm just saying. You see what I'm saying? Like, so to your point though, because you know who your man or your cousins or your father is. No, that's an interesting point.
Yeah, man. And I was just like, yo. I told her, I said, I told her this though, Hemp. I said, you can't make that decision for your dad. I was like, our main fucking mission on this planet is to protect our loved ones as men. And when you take that decision away from us, you taking everything. You know what I'm saying? And they always thinking about that aspect. But I was just like, man, later on, what if she want to get some get back against him? And now she don't feel like her father is in danger no more going to jail, or her uncles ain't in danger of going to jail no more. And she want to bring charges on the nigga. Now, for a nigga like Joseph, that shit fucked up, right? That shit scandalous. But it's like, what about that type of situation? Is that going to be looked at the same? You know what I'm saying? Because maybe she want to get back for him without involving her family members.
It was over money. in Michigan law, if you plead no contest to a charge, that they can't go after you civilly. That's what the idea was, to go after money. That's the reason they didn't never show up to court during my sentence, and they didn't even show up. The victim, the so-called victim, gets the chance to make a victim impact statement. They didn't even show up because they knew they weren't going to get anything out of it.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to say my piece, man. Again, Joseph, my condolences, bro. Stay strong, bro. Niggas out here know what you're going through. You know what I'm saying? Just stay strong, bro. That shit fucked up. Hemp, thanks for having me, man. If you want tonight, I'm gonna hop on.
You already. I gotta follow up with you too. Send me your info in the back chat, cause I need to follow up with you. And if anybody see Tyranny, you remember we did the episode about the entrepreneurship.
Hell yeah.
And I feel like we had a great combo on that, but we ain't circled back. You know. So,
My nigga always trying to finish some shit. Respect, my nigga. Yeah, I'm gonna send my email in the back chat right now.
all right, bet.
All right, go.
Yeah,
Be safe, man.
Easy. You already?
I got a question.
Sure.
I want you to do a show on shit like that, like firearm safety and knowledge.
I'm still novice.
You could learn too.
No. What I'm saying is I'm not versed enough yet to do a show on it. I'm probably more versed than a lot of people, but not enough yet.
Then you can have me here, ask me questions, I'll tell you.
You're
and people
boring.
can come up and ask questions. Huh?
You're boring.
I'm boring? Well, it ain't about that. It's about knowledge, isn't it?
I mean, it's a show. Remember, you said show. If you want to do now, what I do want to do is we can do it in the Discord. So I have several different things going on. 1 hour sessions. We had yoga yesterday. We have entrepreneurship coming up. We have sneakers and clothes and kicks. We have gaming coming up. That would be great to do in the Discord. That way people that are interested can click. I'm not about to subject 500 people to you talking slow.
Talk slow. All right, you just ain't talked about shit I'm interested in.
Well, it's crazy.
No, I'm just joking. But no, seriously, man, Drell, that would be good for the Discord, like 100%. Like, I'm being dead ass.
Mm-hmm.
My boy Joseph, man, I got a story. It's crazy.
Say what?
I don't know.
My bad,
Yeah,
man.
I got
Thursday,
a story.
my bad.
Joseph.
Sorry. Go
Can
ahead.
y'all hear me right now?
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want nobody to come up here and feel sorry for me, man. I'm saying it was just, it happens to the best of us, man. Sometimes we get caught up in situations, man, and it's how you deal with the aftermath is what really counts, man. But you can't tell who you meet on
I
this.
want to tell y'all this story, kind of, man.
Huh?
It's crazy. It's kind of similar to your story, Joseph. Feel me? But I was dealing with this girl when we had sex, right? She was kind of mad because I didn't go get her wine and I didn't put her in the movie that she wanted. But we still went upstairs. We had sex. She was telling me what to do. Like, we was having sex. She was like, tell me where's the affirmation. Then she gave me this oil and told me to rub it on while we was having sex, right? But she was getting on my nerves the whole night. So at the end of it, I was over it. So I was like, she was mad at me. So she was like, I'm about to call the Uber home. And I let her call the Uber. I was like, she wanted me to stop her. So I was like, go ahead, go home. I'm chilling, feel me? And the next day, she was like, I feel like you SA'd me. And I was like, what? Then 2-3 days later, she was like, I kind of feel like you raped me. So I was like, what the fuck? You literally was giving me instructions while we were having sex, feel me? So then I had to kind of swoon her back over, make sure she felt comfortable again. We had sex again. And then she just faded out.
You had sex
Wait,
with her.
wait. You ran back to that after that?
I did, but I had to.
Yo, you wild.
No.
She tried to come back on your boy with some
CJ.
So I had to get recordings and shit.
CJ, I don't have the words to explain to you how moronic that is.
Bro, that's crazy, bro. Like, no. No.
This
That is
shit was
retarded.
insane. Feel me?
That is absolutely fucking retarded. Again, hemp, what I'm talking about, lying to itself. Thinking that was okay.
Yeah, that probably was dumb.
That was very dumb, not probably. It was
But
dumb.
I had to get the proof. Feel me? That
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You had to leave that alone. Is what you had to do.
I wasn't about to. If she take some shit like this to court, it's my word against hers. It's never a good thing.
And so you're saying if we had sex twice, there's no way she can say that I
Well,
forced her the first time.
That's one of the things. And I have recordings of her saying shit like, "Oh yeah, everything was consensual," and I had all kinds of. I was like recording it.
That's a dangerous game, Playboy.
I had to play it. She started the dangerous game. I'm just involved in the dangerous game. Like
That's why you stopped playing.
Games.
No, CJ. No one to fold them, bro. You tapped out. You ain't had no more chips left. When once a woman says that, you ain't got no more chips left. Cash out, bro. Leave the table.
No. You don't want to leave that circumstance in the air. You don't want that.
You had a conversation with her.
Thinking, hey, anytime she could just go and say, "Hey, I did something to her that I didn't do," and now it's my word against hers. That's a dangerous game to play as well.
Right, but you're innocent until proven guilty.
No, but as Pam just said in this intro or his opening statement, in this society, we're guilty till proven innocent. Saying innocent till proven guilty, they don't give a fuck. All you gotta say is he did it. And now I'm in jail fighting for my life instead of out in the street fighting for my life. I'm not trying to be in jail fighting this SA charge. Are you crazy?
I don't blame you for not wanting to go to jail, but as soon as a woman says that to me, that's the last conversation we're having.
No, but then all right, then you're gonna be having the next conversation you're gonna be having is with the police.
For what?
Because if she felt like you did something to her and you just left it
Prove
at
it.
that,
Prove it.
If you left it at that, then what?
Prove it. Prove that I did it.
Like Joseph just said. Example just said she didn't have to really prove it.
They don't have to prove it. They don't have to prove it. When it comes to a sexual assault charge, why you think Danny Masterson got 20 years for something that happened over 20 years ago? They don't have to have any evidence for SA. That's the new stipulations for SA. George Foreman just got accused of sexual assault from a girl that he was dealing with back in the 70s. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a civil suit, isn't it?
It was a criminal. It was criminal, but then it turned into civil.
Yeah, because they couldn't prove it.
That's what I'm saying. No,
that's why they switched to civil. And see, the thing is, civil suits by definition are money grabs. By definition, that's a civil suit is a money grab. That's all it is. If you can't prove it, that's why they switch it to civil, because there's no proof of it.
They couldn't prove nothing. No, there was nothing from me on her, in her, or around her, and they still gave me 5 years probation.
You need to talk to your lawyer because he did
Exactly.
a shit job.
Yeah,
your lawyer. I'm Joseph for real.
No,
I'm not an emotional.
The best thing he can
No.
do.
No. Listen to this real quick, bro.
He got some of the strictest
Slow down. Listen, if you guys can hear me, just hold on for a second, right? The thing about sexual allegations or charges, the probation is always extended. So I would actually say that if he has an SA charge, 5 years is short for any type of sex, because they want to monitor you for a elongated period of time, along with put you on those lists. And so if you're being monitored, they want to make sure that they can, be as invasive as possible in terms of your life. So 5 years is really not a long time from what I've gathered from those type of charges. I know one dude had 20 years probation, 2 dudes.
Bro, I got more years behind me than I do ahead of me, bro. I don't want to be under the white man's microscope. You know what I'm saying? I can't even go. There's certain states I can't even go into.
I got you,
because of this bullshit.
But my thing is, Joseph, like, if there was no proof of any of that, your lawyer really fucked you over, dude.
The judges out here are very scary, bro. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt. I'm not discounting them either.
They're trying to give me 15 years, bro.
Man, Joe is failing to realize people are
15
not.
years compared to 6 months and 5 years probation. What would you do?
And who's trying to fight these cases
You got no
from?
proof. You got no proof.
Bro, who's trying to fight these cases from jail though, man?
I'm in Oakland County, Michigan, bros. They don't like black people up here.
They don't like them in Alabama neither.
I had to look at that, bro.
I know. Again, I'm not discounting anything you're saying. I ain't downplaying it. It's fucked up. But Jesus, yeah, you got a shit lawyer. There's no way they can't prove it. What are you doing in jail? And once you get done with it, then the city has to pay you for damages.
Well, they already owe me because they gave me 24 days over detention. So for every day, they have to pay me up to $75 per hour per day that I was in there. So me and my lawyers are working on that right now. And on top of that, they said I violated probation for going back home when they gave me a pass to do so, and I spent 53 days. So we're working on that right now as well. I got one of the best lawyers in Michigan named George Brown from Lewis and Dickstein out in Southfield. So one of the best lawyers in Michigan working with me now.
So at least you're getting something out of that.
Yeah, he wasn't
go through that in the first place, in my opinion. But yeah, CJ, and I'm gonna go on this one. CJ, Jesus fucking Christ.
It worked, motherfucker.
They won't even let me go home, but I gotta stay here. I hate this.
It worked, right, Mandrill?
You got luck. You got luck.
Did it work, Mandrill, or not?
Well, we don't know if that worked or not.
Well,
you smooth. So you saying you smooth talked her after the fact, right? That's what you're saying.
Well, yeah, I had to smooth shit over, feel me, make her feel. She just felt like
how did y'all fall off?
She felt like I used her, feel me.
So did you use her?
Like I didn't use her.
Did you use her?
Oh, well, she was a nice girl. I mean, she was a horrible girl. But if she was a decent person, I would have dealt with it, feel me. But so I guess.
How did y'all fall off? How did y'all break contact?
Because just slowly, just no more calling, no more texting.
Oh no, that shit ain't me. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That shit ain't me. I mean, no, you threaten me with that kind of stuff. Yeah, to talk to you about it in that conversation. That'll be the last conversation we have. Fuck that.
What if she not? Wait. What if she not feeling good at the end of that last conversation?
That's not my problem.
It's gonna be your nigga. It's gonna be your problem. It actually is your problem.
Nope.
It's your problem, Mandrill.
Wait.
It's not my problem. If she's telling you, hey, I didn't feel good after we did have sex. I feel like you took advantage of me. You tell about it ain't my problem if you don't feel comfortable.
No, that's not what you tell the woman, dude. Exactly you asked me what I think. That's what I think. That ain't what I'm gonna tell the woman.
Yes.
No, that ain't the conversation I'm gonna have with her. First of all, how did she feel? Why did she feel like you used her? You know what I'm saying? Or like she got taken advantage of, or what?
I told you she was mad at first. We had sex, and I let her Uber home. She like, I'm going home, and she like call her Uber, and she wanted me to stop her. Like, no, stay here, baby. I was like, all right, deuces, I'm going.
Yeah, see, you're dealing with an idiot. That's what.
Then the next day, she was like,
I feel like you made the wrong move too. Not the move I would have made. Anyway, yeah. Hemp, thanks for having me. I'm out of here. I'm gonna take my boring ass out here and go to the gym for the second time today.
No doubt.
Are y'all fucking around?
Be safe.
Right.
Do the right thing. Hit me.
Good seeing you again. Yeah. Do what now? You still need to hit me up on Instagram or whatever.
Yeah, you hit me. Hit me so I can put you in the game.
Okay.
Yeah.
Later, y'all.
All right. Shit. And Dre want me to chase him down so he can get clients for his fitness business. Come on, man. It's tough, man. And the reason why, I mean, we focused on this and rightfully so based on what's been presented, but we have to assess all of it, right? We allow people to say hyperbolic things so they can build an audience. They don't believe it, nor do they actually live it. And then it's dumb. but we follow along with it, right? And we think it's lesser than, but it's the same principle. Said, what's popping?
What's up with you? Hold on.
Goody.
My volume low. I can't really hear.
We can hit well. Test. Hello? Oh, okay. Man, that shit is no joke, man. All of it, bro.
Yeah,
It's
crazy though.
A lie can get you out of a squeeze. A lie can get you paid. A lie can get you popular. Sensationalizing shit. Fabricating. Hold on, let me see what said got concession. Yo, you can hear me now? Said?
Yo.
You good now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What's popping? You got the floor.
No, I'm out at work, so the signal might be a little choppy. I'm trying to make sure.
It's choppy, but I can hear you. You just got a delay. But you got the floor, so go ahead.
But what Joseph is speaking to about, and everybody's like his lawyer messed him over. It's basically how the system works. It's even like you said, you're gonna take this little bit of time that we gonna let you or go face these 15, 20 years. You know what I'm saying? Without the law enforcement, that's what we trained to do. We were trained to charge with the highest thing possible, whatever it was, and then let the DA knock it down, let them plead down to lower charges. Like that's just the rules. That's literally what you're taught when you go to the academy, when you learn case law, when you do all that shit. That's the rules. So like shit like that, that's how the system is created to put people in bad situations. You know what I mean? So that's what he's facing. So, and when I was telling you about like my situation, I wasn't involved in the great thing, but I was involved with the assault situation. So, and what I learned with that, which is fucked up also when it comes to the system, because when I was dealing with my ex, you know what I'm saying, who, you know what I'm saying, you met, she sucker punched me, assaulted me, and we was going through the divorce and going through all the bullshit. And to kind of prevent the same thing that Joseph with her going and try to say I did something to her, took everything in me, but I went and I filed this shit first. Like I went back and forth with my man. He was like, dog, you better protect yourself and cover yourself, because if you don't file it first, if she files, you short, because you 6'3", 340, you big as shit, strong as shit, who they gonna believe? Which is some of the same shit that she said. You see what I'm saying? So me going into this situation, it's like, fuck it. I ain't got no choice but to cover myself. So when I went to court with it, the DA and everything, she made up some bullshit charges. She made up a bullshit saying that I assaulted her, which we knew was coming. So she said that I restrained her, but when I restrained her, what happened was she was self-harming. You see what I'm saying? So she had a knife in her hand, and mentally, I don't know where the fuck she's at. So I grabbed her to take the knife out of her hand. And she utilized that to say that I was preventing her from leaving because I'm preventing her from hurting herself. You see what I'm saying? So now here we are, we go to court, and I took the public defender, because it was like, I know she don't have no proof. I know she don't have nothing. So when we went to court with the whole situation, they said, oh, well, if you plead the fifth, basically if you just say nothing happened, then both cases will be dropped. And I was like, nah, because I didn't do shit. So I'm not gonna say I plead the fifth to something, because that's basically saying that I might have did something, but at the same time, I'm not gonna say what actually happened. So once I said that to the district attorney, they just say, oh, well, if you're not completed, then we're going to what she did, her admitting to what she did, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They were just like, oh, well, we're just going to drop it on both ends and let it go. And that's how they protect the female. Like Joseph saying, that's just another way where they protect the female in these situations to make sure that, you know what I'm saying, they are covered when it comes to everything.
So just to clarify, the initial opening that you stated was, I think the proper terminology is lesser and included offenses. So if you get charged with murder 1, right, a lesser included offense is murder 2 or manslaughter, right? So
You're right. The lesser included, but even if they don't have anything really to charge you with the murder 1, they're going to charge you with the murder 1, just so you can plead down to the lesser included offenses. And that's the point, because now, let's say they charge you with manslaughter, you can get off on the manslaughter, and because they don't really have no evidence of anything. So now, if I charge you with the murder 1, the assault with the intent, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, now you can plead down to the lesser charge, and now you get some probation. You get put in the system. It's all about trying to get a way to put you in the system.
Yeah, you already said. I was just clarifying. I was just giving the terminology. So lesser and include offenses, they'll charge you with the max, with the expectation that you'll probably get convicted of a lesser crime. The burden of proof, depending on the level of crime, is less as well, right? But they figure they start. It's like when you negotiate. Like if I'm selling a car, I'm gonna put 10,000 on the price tag, knowing my goal is to get 7 for it. Right.
Exactly.
So just in terms of clarifying that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
No,
But I mean, that's what I can.
Go ahead.
No, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. So when I can understand and empathize with somebody like Joseph.
You're breaking up against that. You breaking up? Yeah, he froze. Let me mute him too. Are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what were you saying?
What I was saying was when it comes to the, and like I said, just putting you in the system, period. That's like the whole point of everything that they're doing, especially when it comes to, you know what I'm saying, us and our folks. That's what the system is organized to do, to put us in that. But as far as, like I said, I empathize with them because I've seen it. And one thing that I've learned in this, which is messed up, but now it's I tell everybody, if anybody ever files any charges against you saying that they assaulted you or you assaulted them, just file charges against them, saying the same thing. It's fucked up. But at the end of the day, that's how it goes, because then it comes into a cross. And it's like either both of y'all gonna be guilty or both of y'all gonna be innocent, or they're gonna drop it. And that's just how it is. And a friend of mine, he did the same thing.
Let me
He
ask
had
you
to
a
go
question.
through it like that.
Let me ask you a difficult devil's advocate question. So every time I've gotten in trouble, all the facts weren't true, but there were things in there that certainly had merit. You know? So how does this actually work? You know, in these situations, what's actually happening? Where do you put culpability? For instance, like in CJ's story, CJ, were y'all inebriated at all? Inebriated means drunk or high.
Well, yeah, I smoke a lot of weed. I mean, I was thinking about drunk, but a little bit, maybe not that much. No, I would say fairly.
Well, were you drinking or smoking with her?
She don't smoke, but I was smoking. Yeah.
Was she
Oh no,
drinking at all?
she did smoke. I'm lying. She did smoke. So yeah, we were smoking.
And so, if you smoke a lot of weed and she doesn't, can you
No, she
discern
did smoke.
how
She did
high she
smoke. I
was?
was not. She did smoke.
Yeah. So, can you discern how high she was?
No.
And so, you see, said right. And so now the girl come back around and say, "Hey, I think X, Y, and Z." Now, what's CJ's culpability in this situation? Because if the girl
Well,
is high, she can't consent, right? Because people
here's
can't
here's the
consent.
okay.
But you see, so what I'm just at, right? Because I just want to make sure that we mind it out 100% as much as we can, right, without getting too invasive, right? Go ahead.
Right. So here's the thing. Why? Listen, you said how high was she?
Mm-hmm.
Saves her.
Damn, you broke up.
Regardless of situation.
You
You
broke
see what I'm
up.
saying? And that's
Broke up.
the
You
bias
broke up.
system. Okay, regardless of how you place it when it comes to men and women. You see what I'm saying? So exactly like I said, when it comes to something like an assault, this is why most men wouldn't do it, wouldn't go, because you have somebody like Sherelle who would come and let's say she assaulted you. You see what I'm saying? But they don't know what kind of background she had. They don't know what skills
Hey, you breaking up too bad.
when it comes back to her.
You breaking up too bad. So I think what he's saying is, no. So the system is biased towards women in these particular situations, generally speaking. Right. However, people know that. You know that it's biased. And so what I'm asking is, what is the culpability if the girl wakes up and said, "Man, I don't think I wanted to do X, Y, and Z," and you know that she was smoking, which means she's inebriated, right? Which means that she can't consent because she's not in her right state of mind.
So wait.
What is the how do we discern this information?
So we got to make the circumstances perfect. We could be high, but they can't be high. We could be drunk, but they can't be drunk.
Yeah, you
And if
can't
they wake
consent
up,
either if you're drunk or high.
exactly. So then we're just two non-consenting people. So why am I getting punished for it if she's not?
Prowess.
An erection
right?
is considered consent.
So wait, women don't prowl for men.
Prowess.
They don't be on the prowl for men that they
Prowess,
want.
right? I guess prowess is what I'm saying is you have the physical advantage. I think people who never had an erection assume that it's a decision under the court. You know what I mean? Well, how'd you get hard if you didn't want to have sex, right? Essentially.
How did she get wet if she didn't want to have sex?
Yeah, but you know, women are internally. You see, it's not gonna work like that. But it doesn't work like that, right?
Here's
it
the
doesn't
thing.
work like that. Well,
Here's
hold
my-
on, slow down before you just listen to it in totality, right? So, if you ever had sex with a woman, people use lube and all types of stuff, right? And you can seemingly work, but the assumption, right? Because what's said is talking about is how you are consenting. Well, how'd you get hard? You know, et cetera, et cetera. We know that it often doesn't work like that. So, where does the culpability lie?
I can answer that.
Sure.
Is based on a need for a woman to feed the nature of their beast, which is loyalty only to themselves. See, a lot of women in this day and age love controversy. You know, controversy gets them attention and sympathy. Attention and sympathy gets them money and fame, and money and fame makes them feel good and special. So now we're thrust into a society now where you have women saying, on one hand, I'm empowered, and then you have on the other hand, they're saying that they're victims, right? So now somewhere in the middle, you have these court systems that are basically saying that they have too many they have the freedom to either be empowered or victims when a man comes in the mix of that. You know what I'm saying? So now they actually gain benefit and they get incentive for doing dumb fuck shit. You know what I'm saying? And most of it is on the level where they get to destroy lives. You know what I'm saying? With reckless impunity. Chris Rock had a joke one day. He said, Chris Rock told a joke a long time ago on one of his stand-ups. He said, men tell the most lies, women tell the biggest ones.
And so in the situation that you had, was there any alcohol or anything of that nature involved?
In my situation?
Mm-hmm.
No. Nope. No, but what's the point of having alcohol? What's the point of having alcohol when women get drunk off of the things that I already talked about? The need.
No, I understand your premise. I was just going back to the premise that I was in the hypothetical, but I understand your premise, right? The high they get off of the things that you mentioned, you can't solve for.
No, and now they have backup now. You know what I'm saying? The one thing that black men and men in general are afraid of is the law. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why when you asked CJ that question earlier about what would you do if you saw another dude and your wife and he's taking her to Pound Town in your bed in your house, walk away. You know why? Because in some jurisdictions they have something called a crime of passion, but in some jurisdictions they don't. But do you really want to test that theory? Do you want to be doing something? You want to be doing 30 years to life off of an emotional decision? See, that's the thing. A woman hits you, you hit her back. Oh shit, you shouldn't have hit a woman. But she was about to kill me. Well, you got to go to jail and do these 90 days or this 6 months or this year. And now you can't even go back to your own house in some cases. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of men are afraid of that because what they do is they throw, women are being treated as children. Children are protected class. You know what I'm saying? When we talked about protect and serve, they talking about women. You know what I'm saying? We even talked about the Titanic, women and children first. Men are expendable. We don't mean shit. Our dicks don't mean nothing. Only thing that we're reduced to, and I got to shout out Fantastic because he said it. We're reduced to being walking ATMs and providers. And if if a woman don't like us, then they can put all types of labels on us: misogynist, chauvinistic, gay, whatever. Your little dick energy, all this other bullshit.
And I think it's crazy that it's women and children first, so the women even come before the children. Well, I don't know if it's said that way, but if it is, then that's some crazy shit as well.
Shit, George Orwell. I'm an avid reader. I read 1984, and he said in that book, in the future, women will be swallowers of buzzwords and slogans. What have we been hearing on these panels? Buzzwords and slogans. You hate your mama black. You must be gay.
No, let me ask you a question.
Orwell was onto something. Let me tell you.
Is what do you deem Miss what's her name? What's her name? You said it earlier. Miss what's her name? The dog lady?
Carol? Yeah,
Miss Carol seemed like she hold it down. What'd you think?
Yeah, she always hold it down. You know what I'm saying? Because she knows because she sees the good in me. And it's a shame that, she's white. You know what I'm saying? But shit, she found out. I call her, hey, listen, I found out some good information about this lawyer. Hey, Joseph, guess what? I just paid $15,000 to the lawyer that you recommended. He's coming to see you this afternoon. This woman saved my life. You know what I'm saying? And you know what? She saved my life. She gave me a job. She bought me a car. Gave me a second chance at life after a black woman stripped it away from me.
What you think, Sherelle? Anything you been sitting there?
I got no comment.
Chanel
What's
rocking.
up?
She's stressing.
That shit is it's tough, and I think the overarching premise is all of it, man. We give credence to a lot of bullshit. We give credence to a lot of bullshit. We back up a lot of shit that niggas can't prove or never done, or it's just an idea. I was saying this before, like when we mentioned men in our negotiables. Will her having a kid? Absolutely not. But she can cuss me out sometimes. She can disrespect me sometimes. But the kid is a no-go. Niggas' principles will stop at the kid, but then all that other shit is negotiable. Your balls tucked in your stomach, but at least she don't got a kid. So I don't know, I'm just thinking about that shit, man. You know? But nah, Joseph, it's heavy. I just was kind of asking said like, where does the culpability lie when we look back and we play Monday morning quarterback? What could I have done differently potentially? Not discounting what's being said, just looking at how men should move given the circumstances and the current modus operandi.
Shit, man. That's a tough question, bro. Because I said,
well, Joseph, you said don't deal with them. Is that a viable option though? You know what I mean?
I'm going to be fair and say it's not a viable option, but it's what works for me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't speak for every other man up here, because some of them still got scent bones in their body, and some of them still going to be chasing after the cat, and they think that, the most important thing is getting pussy when it really isn't. So like, and the thing is, women have an agenda nowadays. They have an agenda, and they're putting it on the forefront for all of us to see. Only the initiated understands what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of men right now, the reason why they're not dealing with women is because they're showing you who they want to be, not what you want them to be. You know what I'm saying? Why would you want to deal with somebody who's going to annoy you, potentially put you in jail, potentially ruin your life, take all of your money, be on some bullshit, be on some grifting shit, set a nigga up energy? Why you want to deal with that? You know what I'm saying?
Let me ask you a question.
Huh?
If you had to quantify, do you think this is the majority of women?
I don't. Honestly, shit, man. Yo, I couldn't even tell you, bro. I couldn't even tell you.
Unfortunately, it's leaning that way.
I think it's the majority of women, huh?
It's leaning that way, huh? You gotta think about it. If you look at those
Do you dirty, bro?
social media, man.
Use you and abuse you. You see the divorce rate. You see who initiated.
Well, the divorce rate is 50%, right? So.
And who initiated that 50%?
And so.
And then you got to think about the other 50%. What are their relationships like?
Well, I guess so that those two things right there, you would have to. Those might contradict, right? Because if you're going on the rate, then you're not even considering the reason, and then you're saying what are the relationships like. So if you're introducing that, let's put the thought process together. Does the why in which they're divorcing matter, or is it just the percentage?
Yeah, it matters.
You see what I'm saying? So if what's the relationship like, then the divorce reason has to matter.
But if you can give me a why that contradicts what I'm saying, then I'll take it.
Not contradict. I'm saying it's two different. I'll explain it real quick. You're compartmentalizing, right? So the divorce rate is this. So women are the issue, and then we want to understand how their relationships are going that aren't being divorced, right? So we're trying to look at how those relationships are operating, right? You said how are those relationships going, right?
Yeah, correct.
So how do people feel inside the relationship and shit like that?
Correct.
Right. So if we take that idea, now we need to understand why are people getting divorced. So just because she initiates, are you automatically saying she's implicated? Or does the reason why and how the relationship
implicating her.
went?
I am
Okay.
implicating her in that instance. But if you can show me some proof or evidence that she's not the reason for that, I will take the evidence.
Okay.
Unless you're telling me I need to show you evidence of why she's been implicated in the first place. That's
No,
your
just interesting. It's just interesting. When I look at other dynamics, and I'm just trying to understand it, right? When I see other situations, the person that gets told on is the one that did the bad thing. So like when my kids come tell, that's because the person that came and told got hit. Chugga Wugga hit me, daddy. She ain't saying I hit Chugga Wugga. So I'm just wondering if they pulling the trigger just because they don't care about them. Huh? Sorry, go ahead.
The lady leaving is the one that's being hit.
Well, I'm just thinking because we just minding it out. Feel me? So
you would say that I would agree with you if I didn't have a million examples of women never being satisfied, if women being unpleasant. Feel me? If men always complain about how hard it is to satisfy women, and you have a point. But the women are so unsatisfied, and I gotta say, and it's so hard to satisfy them. And even the ones that were in long marriages, the HQs. You say she get out and act like it was a horrible marriage. She out here running the streets like it was like she having a blast now. So what was it? But then she say she don't give us really examples of what he did wrong in the marriage. She just say she wasn't happy. He wasn't what she wanted.
Who?
So what can I take out of that information?
No, she didn't say that.
What did she say?
He said he was fine. He was solid.
All right then. So then why is she so happy when she out of the relationship? Why she acting like it was
you know how it go, bro. When you because we have common sense, CJ. You've been in a relationship for 30 years. When you get out, you've been in a relationship for 3 months. When you get single, what happens? Do niggas run them up?
Yeah. But they don't be
they
like,
having sex with women?
Relationship was so.
But they having sex with women, right? So women be fucking. We already know that. We already know that. The cheating rates are the same.
Passed away. CJ,
but he wasn't alluding to that. He was alluding to when she got free. What was her conduct? He wasn't shitting on her husband about her husband dying, but she wasn't saying nothing bad about her husband. CJ, she was just saying once she got free, she went outside. I'm just saying everybody does that shit.
But do you think if you in a happy relationship, once you get free, you gonna run them?
I'm saying that after a year, we don't know how long she grieved.
You gonna act like you so happy now, or you gonna be like, I'm doing my thing, but I still miss my girl. That
life goes on,
something happened to her, whatever the case.
He died.
Life goes on.
You're not gonna act like you just having a blast. You slanging dick to everybody. Anybody that wants to dick. You gonna be like, nah, I'm chilling, feel me? I kind of miss my girl, but I'm still doing my thing now, feel me? And if you get out of a bad relationship, then you'll be like, nigga,
well,
like way better now.
In the context of the conversation, sorry, say it again.
No, go ahead. No, I'm listening. Go ahead.
She moved on and she said she was outside. I mean, that's what I gathered from what she was saying. You know.
Hey, but to answer, go back to your culpability question and what a guy's doing now. Wouldn't that be like the birth of, I guess, the red pill? And then you got a bunch of these young guys you got the house husbands, all them guys that be on here. Wouldn't that be the birth of them type of individuals who like, I'm going to have this go this particular way to prevent myself from being put in a position that these women are putting our fathers and elders in? Wouldn't that be them? Wouldn't it be the birth of those guys?
No. And the reason why is because this shit is still happening, nothing changing. Niggas still messing with the women that they act like they don't want to mess with, and niggas ain't changed our standards. So
that's
I
some
can hear.
that's some
That's why
niggas.
my title. See, my title is much more than just what we're talking about in terms of these allegations. It's about motherfuckers just talking, right? And you can build the audience, right? But then when you have to do the things, people start to fall short.
But it's still in
And
its
we
infancy
speak in
stages,
platitudes
isn't
that
it?
people can't achieve. Say what?
I would say it's still in its infancy stages though. It's still early because not
I don't know.
everybody has conformed to that. There's some that are conforming, and it's like more and more conforming as time is going on. So yeah, we have us who aren't a part of that situation, but the youth and that are coming behind them, they're looking at that and they're like, "Oh, I can agree with that. That makes sense to them. It might not make
Except,
sense to us."
except for they're saying the same things 15 years later. So if we want to conveniently quantify what's a lot, 15 years seems like enough time where we would see a level of change. But when we look at brothers who may be doing something different that you can clearly see, i.e., like a passport bro, as an example, we know only 7% of black men got passports. So we know that's not even the majority of people. We know that overwhelming majority of us are 50-50 relationships. So all this get money up shit ain't happening. We know that 70% of us is overweight and 36% of us is obese. So all the information is saying go do this, niggas ain't doing it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
You know why I implicate the women? Because I started to notice too. If you watch
Well, hold
Kenny,
on, CJ. I know you don't care about what I was saying, but I was talking to Seth. So I'm just looking at the evidence. Feel me?
But I still feel like it's still in its infancy stages. It's still new-ish.
I
15 years
know.
is a lot, sure, but you got Red Pill. That's been around for what, 15 years, possibly, maybe. I don't know.
How old is the Matrix?
For a minute. Who knows? 2000, maybe.
25 years, 1999.
Yeah, 24 years, maybe, or a little bit less. But what does that change about what we're talking about now in regards to what is happening and what is transitioning towards the future? Like, yeah,
Have you heard
now
of
things
Tom
are what they
Likas?
are.
You heard of Tom Likas?
Yes,
Patrice O'Neal?
absolutely.
They've been doing this.
Doing what specifically are we talking about?
Talking about the woes of men because of women's conduct, right? But nobody has said men get principle standards and a prescription that you don't waver off, so that when you ask her for standards and expectations, she knows where yours are. But if
Well,
she don't,
again,
if I don't stand on my square, shout out to the 5%ers, how am I gonna hold her to a level of accountability?
understood. I agree with you, okay? But again, you're right in what you're saying, but the transition is still in its infancy stages, is what I'm saying. So yeah, you have back then, they started whatever they started. They did whatever they did. But now you have red pill guys, you have those guys. After them, now you have these house husband guys. You know what I'm saying? So there's been some transition. That you have somebody like yourself who are teaching men to stand on their square, to have their standard. You haven't been doing this long. Look at the impact that you're having. So when I say the transition, it's still a transition. It's still in its infancy stages. It's still going forward. And you have guys and women on here going back and forth over it and trying to mine everything out and trying to get to a certain point now, at this point, even on your platform, outside of the red pill stuff, outside of the house husband and whomever else. You know what I mean?
I understand your premise. I find, well, let me get Reaper in because we didn't get the extension, so we're gonna roll here soon in about 8 minutes. Go ahead, Reaper.
Yo, salute to everybody in the chat, man. Appreciate you,
Poppin'.
man. That's a tough hat, man. I'm gonna rob
You better have a shotgun on
you
you.
when I see you next time, but so I'm trying to take my
Oh, this
style,
my
bro.
Chris Pilot. This is my Chris Pilot hat, man. I got it from Black Seinfeld when I seen him in the city, man. Well, in DC.
Black Seinfeld? That is tough, man. I like it. Shit is
Yeah,
it's nice.
Chris Pilot, look it up.
I know. All right, I'm
Chris
gonna
Pirate,
check him
my
out.
bad. Yeah.
Chris Pirate. All right, I'm gonna check him out.
Mhm.
But now I just want to say, first and foremost, man, condolences to Joseph, man. That story is heinous. For people sitting up here and talking about you should have done this and that, man. Look, man, until you get relatives who are locked up on some trumped up bullshit charges, man, and you feel hopeless, you know what I'm saying, until the appeal process happens, you put shit into that. If you're not paying JPay, if you're not, sending money to them, if you're not getting clothes sent back to you because the prison says, yo, it has this color, it has this piece of plastic on it, we can't accept that, and that relative is getting, you know, sicknesses and illnesses in that prison because it's cold as shit and they don't care about your relatives. Don't be telling these people how they should be acting when that plea deal comes. So I got a relative right now doing 15 years on some bullshit charges. Meanwhile, the trial before him was a white girl who hit her boyfriend with a pipe and got 3 months probation because the judge is racist. So let's stop all that shit about y'all think y'all experts until y'all got family members or y'all been through the system, man. I don't want to hear that shit about what people should be doing. When you locked
Yeah.
up in the prison and you going through it psychologically, you can't get out. You can't go to the kitchen and make food. You can't go out and see your boys. You stuck in a prison with other men. You know what I'm saying, man? You stuck in a freaking prison with other men. You're not going to see home for a while. And that judge comes to you with a plea deal, which my relative didn't take. And it wasn't on no chomo-ish. By the way, if you get in prison on some chomo charges, you done for. All that, the great culture that people think that lives outside, that lives in prison in the sense of they use us as a justice system if you're accused of being a chomo and you're not a PC. That's a story for another day. I want to say salute to CJ, man. If I ever get stuck in the trenches, bro, I want to be stuck with CJ. Pause. This dude is a psychotic genius. Let me tell you something. There was a football player. I came and find this. I was trying to find this story before I came up here. I think he was a lineman. He was a jerk though. He was a lineman who the girl he was messing with accused him of grape. He showed the courts that he had videotape of him smash that chick several times after she said he raped her in the living room. And that they dropped that trial. You don't even hear him. I'm trying to remember this dude's name. I can't remember this dude's name. It's like a light-skinned dude, I think. I think it was a lot. He was
Greg Hardy. Greg Hardy.
No, not Greg Hardy. It wasn't Greg Hardy. It was some. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna send you. I don't know why I can't find it. It wasn't Greg Hardy. So what CJ did, man, y'all can say whatever y'all want, but that's some evil genius-ish. And now she can't go back and say, "Oh, you did it the second time." Not even law and order could help that girl out. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to say salute to CJ for that, man. Last but not least, man, we sat up here and we talked about what Joseph should have done, what these men should have done, right? And I agree with you in the sense of men gotta have standards, Hemp. But we talking about some of these dudes we talking about 13, 14, 15-year-old boys who, because of Russian testosterone is getting them, they horny. And I'm not saying that they should go out and do whatever to women, but we always trying to advise what young boys should be doing when we giving them advice what they should be doing as men. But we never talk about, yo, man, I had a 12, 13-year-old girls in my 7th, 8th grade classes that they were at Club Element, how you go into clubs and you only this old? We demonize the elders who are telling, yo, this girl, you a little bit too fast. You shouldn't be out there doing all that crap. This whole story with Jay-Z, if it is true, why the hell is a 13-year-old girl in the club in the first place? That should never exist. Let me tell you something. There's a club in New York. It closed down now. It's called One Oak. It's in Meatpacking District. This is where all the star celebrities go to, right? But you have a lot of modeling agencies, Wilhelmina, Ford, IMG. During the week, right, when, say Future, the celebrities come in, during the week it's a little bit more quiet, right? So that's when they bring in what they call model girls, right? So a lot of people in New York, they have model houses where these girls come, they work for these fashion institutes, whatever, they do little jobs and they stay in the house, right? They pay cheaper rent, right? These people, these modeling houses and the agencies who are complicit will send their girls, some of these girls as young as 16, 15 to One Oak, where you got cocaine, you got pills, you got every drug imaginable. And no one talks about the enablers. No one tells, hey, these girls, yo, I'm not sitting up there and saying that if something happens to you that it's totally your fault. Obviously it's not, but you should not be in these spots. And One Oak is closed now. But these girls were there all the time. But no one wants to talk about that. We want to talk about what a guy, a horny teenager, a horny college student shouldn't be doing even consensually. That's what I'm saying. We try to move the road we try to move the road so the car moves versus moving the car down the road. You know what I'm saying? We don't talk about what the women are doing out here. And I'm not saying that I don't take it for no dude doing no crazy, no snatching up no chick, whatever. But these women should not be in clubs. They should not be in these environments. They should not be accusing men of nothing. If you know what I'm saying? So that's all I want to say, man. But thanks for having me up, bro. And salute to my brother
What?
CJ, man. That's
Thank,
my
thank
virtual
you,
ace boon
thank
crew
you,
right now.
Reaper,
So
brother. I knew
Reaper,
my nigga Reaper had my back, bro.
Reaper, you gotta be You gotta be careful. Girl was high and all that. So right, I think that's one thing he would want to eliminate the second time he go back. But now Reaper, to be fair, don't we talk about the women a lot? Huh?
Who?
Just generally when we have the conversation.
Don't include yourself. Maybe you do. A lot of places don't have. We do not have the conversation. I've heard platforms where they said, for instance, Shahrazad Ali. Not saying she talked about this solely, but when she was telling women to be more accountable, she got demonized in the late '80s, I think, or the '90s when she was out. She wasn't seen as a heroine or a paragon of truth, and she was looked at. Oh my gosh, blah blah blah. But literally, all throughout the '90s, all I watched as a kid, because my sisters, my mother, Ricky Lake. Oprah, how bad men are, how bad evil men are. I never heard about Shahrazad Ali back then, despite the fact that she was out. Heard about her years down the line. It's like, wow, all she was telling women to do to be more accountable, and she got demonized for that.
And Reaper, let me say one thing, Reaper. The thing is about this shit. When you ask, like I've seen it a million, like a lot of times. The women, when they ask what did they do, what did they do wrong in their last relationship, they never take accountability. It's never anything they did wrong. It's always, I love too much. I just love too hard. I just let people get away with too much. That's why I'm starting to implicate women. Because no matter how shitty they are, they still always blame the other motherfuckers. I see these relationships. I see why they end. I see women act like shit. And they still say, I just love too much. I just love too hard. They don't ever say, yeah, I was a shit. That's my problem with it. That's why I think the divorce rate is because women they don't give a fuck. They just moving and the thing is they keep saying move on to the next girl, move on to the next girl. And the women aren't taking accountability. They keep saying, I love too hard. That's why I'm an asshole. I love too much. So the shit is
that shit is dumb. But here's what I'm saying, bro.
I'm trying to tell you, bro.
Okay. This how the kids said. Daddy, mommy troubled me or whatever, right? I trouble my kids for shit that they know is wrong, right? I think that people know when they're doing something that's unbecoming. However, if you don't say it straight out, the accountability changes. Right? I tell the kids, go get lollipops. When they come back with 10 lollipops, I'm like, why the hell you got 10 lollipops? Nigga, you didn't say how many. You just said go get lollipops. So I just look at I'm like, listen, you got to be clear. You know what I mean? You can't leave no gray area for shit as much as you can avoid it. Now, you dealing with a grown-up, right? So let's be fair. But I'm just using an analogy to illustrate the point.
But let me go back to the other episode. The sex sandwich is silent shit, right? Niggas acting like if I tell my girl be silent, we won't. If she give you the silent treatment, is that okay? That shit is dumb. Like we acting like women are fucking 1-year-olds, 2-year-olds. Like everybody understand. If I say be quiet, then I ask you a question. I want to respond to that question. Don't tell me. Then you just tell me to be quiet. You might get hurt if you say that shit. If your coach, if you football coach, you say everybody shut the fuck up. Then you ask a specific player a question. You say you just told her to shut the fuck up, coach. Are you gonna let that go? Or are you gonna be like run laps, nigga? What the fuck? You ain't no fucking. Are you dumb? Let's stop giving women these passes if they can't understand basic shit. I ask you a question once I tell you to be quiet, and you gonna tell me, hey, till you told me to be quiet. Your kid might get hurt if they do that to you. You about to get your ass whooped now. Motherfucker, I just asked you a question, a direct question. I might have told you to be quiet 5 minutes ago, but now I'm asking you a question. Like it's crazy. We not giving.
I've
We're
seen
giving
that.
women.
I've seen that. So what's the? I wonder. Yeah.
We acting like they dumb. We acting like they just so. We act like they so slow when we want to, and then they so smart other times. We gotta explain every detail of every fucking thing. If I say silence and not ask you a question, like this shit is ridiculous, bro. Women aren't that fucking dumb. We all know that. We know people aren't that stupid. And if you are that stupid, then you shouldn't be having. You should have nothing. You should like you special ed if you that dumb. You should be labeled as a fucking retard.
Look
if you that dumb, you can't know the difference between the two. It's ridiculous, bro.
Look at Swan.
Well, you know, the saying goes that men get ahead by acting smart and women get ahead by playing dumb. You know what I'm saying? So that's what they do. That's the reason why they do what they do, bro, because everything is always reduced to the lowest common denominator when it comes to them.
But Joseph, I'm blaming men for this because the men.
Let me do this, man. Listen, I gotta.
The women were so dumb.
No, the conversation is pretty good, man, but we didn't get the extension. It's all good. I could get a break before tonight's show. Feel me? But this is a hell of a conversation. They dropped the prosecutor should have got your ass yesterday, CJ.
It's too late, motherfucker.
They said Mr. Williams.
They do that to validate what I'm saying, but I'm not making that.
This the footage.
Man, I wish Judge Jay and Tip can come up here because they talking cold cash shit in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Making an appearance. You know what I'm saying? The arena.
Just Jay, and just shoot me an email if you get a chance for tonight, so I can assemble the panel. I think I'll do something around this so we can kind of stay on the ball. Feel me? But until then, Reaper, any final thoughts? I always get Squidward when I see you. You know what I mean? Like it's, you know.
Yo, son, you talk mad.
Man, Mr. Williams, bro.
I'm just saying.
Mr. Williams is cool though, but I already see you do jumping jacks and no neck ass fucking.
God, it's like you.
Son, yo, bro, I'm a Molly. When I see you, son, I'm a Molly.
I'm just saying.
I'm gonna have people with me. I ain't stupid.
Nah, you remind me of the things that walk sideways. You know what I mean? It ain't no.
Wow, you taking part, son. Nah, that's cool. Yo, you see CJ, son, accusing the version over here, son. This is wild, son. I told my man, son.
That's crazy. He said you look like the motherfucker on Futurama.
Nah, my bad. Go ahead. Final thoughts, man.
Nah, you good, man. Great conversation, man. I'll be checking in tonight. Got work tonight to do anyway, but I'll be checking in, man. Thanks for having me, bro.
You be around.
CJ,
Hey,
son,
Reaper, shoot me an email when you get a chance, Reaper.
I'm all right, cool.
This might be risky at Gmail, simple.
All right, cool.
All right.
Shot.
Easy. Big set.
As always, man, good job, man. I love what you're doing. I love the growth, man. It's been years, and you're still growing, man. I appreciate everything that you're doing. Everything, man, for real.
100%.
But like with everybody, man, just protect yourself, fellas. It's dangerous, so make sure you vet everything that you need to vet.
That's a fact. CJ?
Hey, great show, Ham. Hey, Reaper is my guy, man. Reaper's a smart motherfucker. And we gotta stop acting like women are this fucking slow where they don't understand the nuance and shit. Like, that shit is crazy. All right, great show, Ham. Good show.
Already. Joseph?
The truth is hard to hear, but it makes us stronger. You can do 100 good things, but people will remember that one mistake. I think that in an increasingly sexist world, I think men are often looked down upon for being chauvinist and often derided when they make comments upon women's bad behavior and qualities. But it's true, nevertheless. I think that women can learn a thing or three from men, you know, and honestly, I think I'll put it like this. A man must learn to earn himself and a woman must learn to earn the man. You know, a man should learn not to give his love for free and set a value so a female will not take it for granted. all in all, a man needs to have someone to love, and woman needs someone to love her. But it all starts with yourself first. That's all I have to say.
For Mr. Williams.
Reaper, you're dumb, and CJ, you the dumbest for one. And to hear you
My
on
boy,
here,
Mr.
Hey,
Williams is
man, this is my
infatuated
final
with me.
thought. Shut up. It's my final thought. Damn. Y'all don't even have the respect or the mental fortitude. Like, I don't get where y'all come with this YouTube talking point shit that y'all bringing men down more than you helping. And I'm so glad that hemp is the standard. And you all need to really learn, and you need to be attentive. Pay attention to women. You really need to, and you need to work on yourselves. I can't stand when every time we ask Black men what we should be doing, we bring up the women when we need to be working on ourselves.
But let me push. Can I push back against that? I think the reason why we have
We gotta go, Joe. We gotta
oh,
go.
my bad. Go ahead.
Sherelle.
Shit like that.
Good show, Hamp. Thank you for being a great example of a leader, great man. The stuff that we highlighted in the beginning of the show is great. Guess we're just gonna see how it plays out. A lot of times shit is entertaining, but we're complicit in it because we're watching, right? So it starts with self. Everybody needs to get some healing. So.
Yeah, man.
Good show. Thank you, Happy Wampy.
Feel better too, man. Yeah, man. It's a lot, right? And we kind of got on the thing, which is fine because it still illustrates the point, and it's the principle behind it. You know, the fact that anyone could essentially say anything in a sensational nature or state, and then it's given credence, right? We could say things to be just provocative, right? To create a viral moment, right? But people gain from those things; they don't lose. People aren't demonized for the stupidity, you know, and even more so, you know, saying a thing that's not true just because of how you feel, saying a thing that's not true for entertainment purposes or because it's lucrative is a detriment. And we wonder why things seemingly are going to hell in a handbasket. How you do anything is how you do everything. And just to reiterate what Sherelle said, the hottest shows are only hot because we watch them, you know. Like how Real Housewives, the wildest shit, bro. Flavor of Love, the wildest shit. And we sitting right there. I can still remember all their names. And I was what, 14? You know? So it's just like, you know, let's just keep on assessing, right? And things that are dope, give them credence. Let's argue through them. And then once we understand that they don't have any value, let's throw them out. That's all it is. Let's keep grinding, man. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. We'll see y'all this evening. Join the Discord. We got a bunch of shit popping in there. Women's POV tonight at 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern, whatever that is, Pacific. All right. Y'all be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. We out.